Good evening. Good evening. Oh, shout out to Cap for Life. Appreciate you. Good evening, Cap for Life. Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me?
Pete, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. But can you hear me? So I do the mic
Yes,
check
yes,
just
yes,
like
yes.
this.
Excellent,
Awesome. Shout out to
excellent,
you guys.
excellent.
I appreciate you so much pulling up so early into the stream. Did you see the name of the title? Shout out to everybody out there.
I saw the name. I saw the name of the title, and yeah,
Yes,
man. I
sir.
mean, fan the way you want to fan at this point, bro. Yes, yes. Color, the church
Breaking
is
news.
open.
Oh, Cap, man. I heard you earlier. I love your energy that you bring on to every Dolphins platform that I catch you on. I gotta be
Oh,
honest
thank
with
you,
you.
thank you.
You know, Cap, to me, you're a legend. And I love how you bring
No,
it.
no, you're
Never
a legend,
change.
bro. You
Never
are a
change,
legend.
bro. Never
You.
change the way you are, despite the fact that you might get muted and kicked off a lot of platforms over here. It'll never happen because I just respect your takes too much for too long. To me, you're an OG and a legend. But the name of the title,
Oh,
so
likewise,
you
bro.
could, because
You,
you know
bro.
what, you know what, I'm gonna be honest with you, Cap. It's not that I want to, because everybody that listens to me, everybody that has heard me, everybody has always heard me complain and say the same things, and it's a lot of us. It's not only me. But let me point out just a small fact where now I have woken up to reality. Cap for Life, you remember in the off season, you were saying something, and you were saying something very loud to all these platform owners. Do you remember what it was, or do you want me to remind you a
Yeah,
little bit?
I, I I think it was three little words that mean so much meaning right now.
Wow, I think you're spot on, and you do remember. What is it?
I believe it's not compound words, but I think they're small words that show a lot of how could I say, a lot of accountability. But
Oh,
that's
you're
not the
spot on.
word. Let me think. Let me think. Does it sound like no more excuses? No
You
more
know,
excuses in a no excuse Super Bowl window year. And all we've been hearing is nothing but excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse me. I gotta, it's just you can compound it in any other way, but I've heard the word excuse in a Super Bowl no excuse window year. Make that make sense for me, my friend.
thank you very much, and I can't believe you are so spot on. No more excuses. And listen to me when I tell you, this is what they're doing. And the ones that are getting me upset are the big dogs in the community. They're the big fellas. Because they're flip-flopping, making excuses, and what they're doing is saving their takes and their faith on what they believed in on the quarterback, Tua, who they hitched their wagon to. And now, listen to me clearly, now they're putting up excuses saying bad offensive line, no run game, GM must be fired. They're even saying Mike McDaniel needs to be fired, but they're not saying Tua needs to go along with those words that I'm speaking. So I have a problem here. And I hold on, buddy. Give me 1 second, baby. Go shoot over there. What's up, Fred? Let me tell y'all something. It is one thing that really bothers me as a human being is when people get blamed for something that is not their problem. And I'm here to correct that. And call me a flip flopper. I'm fine. I'm pro Chris Grier now. I like him. I like Mike McDaniel, like I've been saying time after time. I'm a coin flip with Mike McDaniel. He's heads one day and he's tails the next day. It's skeptical. A lot of that was my feelings. Why? Because they have the power to sit here and throw Tua away and start with a better quarterback. With the power of their decisions, they have that, but they haven't. So there's obviously a magnet forcing them to run with what they're running with. They're not to blame, Fred and Cap. Let me explain something to you. We didn't lose the game yesterday or on Sunday because we had a bad run game. You guys think that? The Texans had a worse run game, fellas.
Yeah, they did. They actually
Our
did.
our defense was better. And here's what's bothering me the most with these tuaneers. They're deflecting the problem that the reason on solely why we lost, they're saying offensive line. Fred, was Tua under duress in any of those 3 interceptions that was thrown yesterday? I keep
None.
saying yesterday because I watched the game again yesterday, but it was Sunday.
No, he wasn't under any kind of duress during those interceptions at all.
So it's not Christopher Grier's fault that Tua threw interceptions in clean pockets. Is it his fault?
Sure.
Is it Christopher Grier's fault that Tua threw interceptions in clean pockets? Yes or no, fellas?
It definitely ain't Greer's fault. Definitely
Is
not.
it Mike McDaniel's
Yeah, man.
fault
I mean,
for not
I
calling a
never
run
saw.
play?
I didn't see
instead
Grier
of that
wear
pass?
a Guardian cap. I didn't see him wear a helmet. I never saw Grier pad up.
Yeah.
Was it Mike McDaniel's fault for calling a pass instead of a run play then?
No. The play was called. The play was called. You can't say it was his fault for calling this play or for those interceptions. Those interceptions shouldn't even have happened, bro. Shouldn't even have happened. But no, the
He got robbed
interceptions.
by the robber.
The
The safety did. The safety played robber. He got robbed by the robber. Tua got robbed. It's Tua's fault. But this is the problem that's going on right now. Beat writers. All these tuaneers that were tuaneer beat writers, because it's not just like fans in the chat. It's about this is
Nah,
more about this
nah,
is more
yeah.
about the big dogs. This is more about the guys that have YouTube shows. This is more about the beat writers that have been feeding us Tua, have been feeding us that Mike McDaniel is a genius because he elevated Tua's game. They've been preaching that Chris Grier was almost GM of the year 2 years in a row. Because if Tua is in MVP conversations, Fred, Mike McDaniel should be in Coach of the Year candidate conversations. If Mike McDaniel is in Coach of the Year candidate conversations, then Chris Grier is GM of the Year conversations. So you're going to tell me this one loss, right, to the Houston Texans on the road is the reason why everybody sucks on this team?
Wow, good question. Good question.
You're getting mind bleep, people. You're getting mind bleep. You thought you were getting a Super Bowl window year. You got a soft rebuild instead. How you like that, season ticket holders?
They want to punch you through the face right now through this screen for saying that. That's how I know how they feel.
No, hey, I come in peace. I come in peace. I have empanadas, bro.
You just hurt their pockets.
I got a question, Pete. I got a question, bro. Hold up. Wasn't Chris Grier a genius when he when he signed to her, bro? Huh?
Thank you.
Was he considered a genius then?
100%.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
According to all these major platforms and beat writers, of course, that's what they push for, Fred. Think about it. They push for that. Now, they're trying to save face based on how they wrote Joe Shads, the Adam Beasleys, all of these guys. None of them did not write an article that said let's wait to pay Tua. It was only like Bo Camper.
Yo,
said,
hey,
let's wait
pull up Color's last comment, Pete. Pull up Color's last comment, please.
Let me get my glasses. All right.
Shout out Color Commentary.
They're
helping their propagandists make some bank before Tua is gone.
Wow. Could be.
That's 1000% true, bro.
No, this is what's going on.
Is that facts, bro? Is that facts, Cap?
All of these guys are flip-flopping, making excuses, and putting the blame on everyone else. They're blaming
Not
the
all of them.
offensive
Not all of
line.
them. Not all the beat writers, but we know, and you guys know too.
I mean, who's safe? Let's name some that are safe.
Yeah.
Because there's
Name
only
some,
I'm
boy.
gonna say Kim Bocamper. He's safe off of this.
Yeah, both
That, that,
campers
that,
safe.
Kim Bocamper, Chris Perkins. He's a this
Poupart safe.
Perk.
Hyde is safe.
Um,
Who else? Who else is safe, bro?
Tua to get paid, right? He was for that. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't
It
Poupart
ain't
one of the
many,
guys
bro.
saying Tua should get
He was
paid?
at first, and then he saw the result, and then he started, saying, "Hey, maybe we need to make a change."
Chris Perkins, and
David
that's
Hyde.
about it. Unless
No,
you,
Dave Hyde looked out. Dave Hyde looked out.
Hyde, yeah, Dave Hyde, true, Dave Hyde,
Barry Jackson tried to tell everybody. Barry Jackson was
Hell
saying,
no.
"Yo, let's not pay everybody. Let's wait." So Barry knows his stuff too, bro.
Alan Poupart.
Barry is a flip-flop.
I like Alan Poupart, man. Alan Poupart. I like Alan Poupart, bro.
Those names, they're safe, but the rest.
We lost you, Pete. Cat, can you
Hey,
hear
was
me?
that him or is that my phone?
Oh, it must be. I can hear you, Cat. Must be his.
They're getting us, bro. They're trying to knock
Yeah,
us
they
out,
got
bro. But yeah, Fred, I mean, if you see it, I see it, Pete sees it, everybody in the chat board, for the most part, sees it. I mean, how much are we going to act like we don't see before we end up being more of a joke, bro? I mean, do you guys really want to keep investing in something and being laughed at? And it's a mockery at this point, bro. Like, I don't want this team to be a joke, but we are a punchline to a bad joke, bro.
My bad, Mike check.
We are, Cat.
So I'm just mad that these people overnight can flip the way they flip, start crying fire, everything except for Tua.
Mic check, 1, 2.
And you can hear me, right, Fred?
Yeah, I can hear you, Pete. Yeah.
All right. And they flip overnight, and they're putting all this blame.
Bro. I mean, if you guys can hear me.
And their little followers, their little Twitter followers, their little YouTube followers, they follow right along. You know why they follow right along? Because they fall right along with them. That's why that little coat will go down as a losing little coat. They won't admit to guilt. They won't admit to sorry. They're just going to stay together as the little wrong group together forever. I don't even want them around if they're going to be like that. They can't be real to themselves. I don't want them around me because they're just fraudulent activity. Because the game that I saw on Sunday, River Craycraft should have had a touchdown on one of those interceptions thrown by Tua, Fred.
Yeah.
Can you believe that?
Yep. I saw that.
Yep.
I saw that, bro.
River Craycraft was wide open for a touchdown, and Tua threw an interception right before half. He's a blind bat, but yet it was because it was a bad offensive line. You see what they're gonna say? They're gonna like Reason did. Y'all saw what Reason did?
Yeah, I seen it.
That man is a cancer to this team, bro. That man is a cancer. That man
unacceptable.
Bro,
unacceptable.
He clipped our best player on our team. Do y'all know what that is? Our best player, the most important player on the team. He clipped them holding the ball against Stingley and said, bro, this is Tyreek Hill's fault. He had both hands on the ball. The announcer on TV clearly said that was an underthrown ball. That guy's watching that from the skybox.
It's a shame,
if you
bro.
lied to yourself, you will lie to anyone. These guys don't care about being lied to on that side.
It's a shame,
but
man.
I won't be lied to. And people know I've been saying fire Grier, but because of these lies, because of what I witnessed, the testimony, I'm willing to take those words back because, a lot of it is like we're fans. We get emotionally tied. There's little emotions involved at times. But let's be honest, Fred. can Cap and Fred, can y'all be real with me for
I
once,
want to
please?
know.
And y'all
I
always
want to
keep it
know.
real. So I
You know what?
apologize
You
for
know
saying for
what?
once. But
You know what,
I want
Pete?
y'all to be real with me right
Go
now.
ahead, bro.
Let me ask you
Go
a
ahead, bro.
quick question, Fred, please. Because this is the only thing that eats my mind. It's like a two-part question. If we had Justin Herbert, would Grier and McDaniel be looked at as trash right now?
No.
Is it acceptable for Tyreek and Jalen Waddle to go catchless in the first half based on the defense the Texans showed us, bro?
No, it's not
It's
acceptable.
unacceptable.
So at this point, I'm looking at it as we only have one problem. And I hate to say I was right all along, but it isn't only me. There's more Tua haters. All the Tua haters have been literally right. We don't go around. You know what I just realized? Tua haters don't never go around and say, we lost this game because Chris Grier had a bad offensive line. We never said that, bro. We never
You know what?
said we lost this game because we had no running game. Bro, you know why Tua haters don't use those lame excuses? We understand where our money is laid on this team. All our money is on the quarterback and weapons he has. That's what starts off. It's a pass-first team. There.
Hey, Pete,
It's
you know
supposed to
what?
open up the run.
I like to say this, man. I like to say this, that, you know, even though we didn't address the offensive line, they're saying. We didn't address the offensive line. I'm not even going to put that on Chris Grier, bro. You know what I mean? Because I think Mike McDaniel and this offense is what it is. You need to have agile guys. You need to have agile guys.
But Fred, let me ask you. I know where you're
Pete,
going.
Let me finish though, bro. Let me finish though, bro. You need to have agile guys in this offense that can move. You know what I'm saying? You can't have it both ways, man. You can't have offensive linemen that are agile and can run, and then have maulers, bro, at the same time. You're gonna have
That's a
either or,
creative
bro.
player. You want
You're gonna
to
you're
create
gonna
an
have to
offense,
hit.
and that's five nice who else you're asking for, and that's hard to find.
You're going to have either or. So you figured you go with the ones that were light on their feet. You McDaniel figured you go light with the guys light on your feet so they can move and block and run. It's just why is the reason why you're not real tough at the line of scrimmage. You just ain't gonna have it both. You've been real tough, and then agile and run too, bro. It's not gonna work that way. It's not gonna work that way.
You want to know how dumb I make those tuaneers look right now with this statement right now, Fred?
What's that, Pete?
Chris Grier is a genius, Fred. Fred, why does it make sense to go out? Think about this. Does it make sense to go out and spend big millions on an offensive line when the scheme that you're running doesn't ask you to hold the ball for a long time with the quarterback that you have?
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Exactly.
So
You know what I'm
why
saying?
would
Why
we spend money on expensive offensive line if all they're going to do is be asked to block for a second?
and get the ball out quick? You know what I'm saying? This is it's as simple as I don't blame Grier for that. I think McDaniel was the one thought he was good with the offensive line. If McDaniel would have said, "Yo, Chris, I need guys like this and guys like that. We're going to do this style." I believe Chris Grier listened to him and gets those guys. I believe Mike McDaniel says, "No, I think we're good with what we got. I need
Because
these
they
guys
know
that are nimble.
they know their
I
scheme, Fred. They
know
know
these
we're
guys."
looking
Wrong
at
again, Fred.
we have Tua.
What's
We
up,
have to
Colin?
get rid of the
What you
ball
say,
quick.
Colin?
What's
Come
up,
on,
Fred?
Pete. Oh, what's up, man? Good evening to you, bro. Good evening.
Good evening to you too, Fred. I'm just here to tell you you're wrong again, bro.
Oh man, well, I've been wrong about so much stuff, man. But
Well, I'm kind of
seem to be
kidding around.
pointing out to me,
I'm just
bro,
kidding
man.
around with you. But let me tell you why you're wrong. You're not. Your idea is not wrong. Your premise is not wrong, right? But I want to advise caution of shifting that blame to McDaniel, because again, like I keep saying, bro, we have no idea what's trash on our team right now. We have no idea what's been skewed by the fact that Tua is an incompetent quarterback. Okay, we have no idea what that has skewed, bro. Like, we can't even know if McDaniel's an actually good coach or not at this point. We can't know
Why
if
do you
our
say that,
offensive
Color?
line is good or not.
No, I
Because
didn't say.
every
I
issue
didn't
we
say.
have, Pete, we're only aware of because it was made aware of to us by people that have an agenda to pump the quarterback up, dude. So what I'm saying is, let me give you an example, Pete. I can give you an example in point if you'd like me to, if you're willing to play a clip real quick.
Please do.
Okay.
Just play it.
Okay. Let me pull it up real quick because and everybody knows by now what clip I'm talking about, because it's been going around for the past 2 days since the game ended. Fred, you're under the impression that we didn't fix our offensive line, and you're trying to, with good reason, you're trying to assign blame as to who's responsible for not fixing the offensive line. Is that a fair assessment?
I mean, it may not be a fair assessment, but it's my assessment.
Okay, no, I'm saying is it fair to assess you that way? Is what I'm saying.
I mean, I've been known to be wrong. I mean, if you would have called
That's
me
why
wrong
I'm up
for
here.
saying that, you
That's why
can call me wrong all you want.
all right. That's why I'm up here, because I think that you have fallen into the same because you're so ready to fight all tuaneers, that you've fallen into the trap that they laid for you, bro, and you have conceded that our offensive line is trash. It is not trash. Okay.
Well, that's the
Nobody
narrative we're killing up here. Nobody said it was trash.
Nobody said the offensive line was trash, bro. Nobody said the offensive line was trash.
Listen to me.
Color, I'm killing narratives up here, Color.
But
go
you
ahead.
just tried to assign blame as to who's responsible for not fixing a not trash offensive line. I'm confused.
That's true. Well, we were just talking. Well, from third person, I believe he was talking.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and land real quick, Pete, because this is what you guys are falling. This is the trap that they're laying for you guys, and you're falling right into it. Okay,
we're calling out the trap.
I get it, but while you think you're doing that, you're playing right into their hand, bro. Okay, and this is why it's called a Mott and Bailey.
Let him explain so I understand, Fred.
It's called a Mott and Bailey. Okay. And let me explain to you what I mean. Pull up the video if you could, Pete, if you could share my screen for me.
How do I do that?
It should be showing as a guest. There you go. Okay, so this is the play that everybody's harping on Liam Eichenberg about, right?
Oh, you mean when he was shoved in the face? Yeah, I say that was bullshit on Michael. You gotta block that.
I got you. Let me. Let's catch up the audience, Fred. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. Here's the play. I'll run it through. Let it finish all the way through. Okay. This is the reason that our offensive line is trash, in their opinion. This is an example. Okay. That's an example. Now, last time I checked, that is a penalty.
Correct.
That gives the defensive lineman right there an unfair leverage advantage. That's why it's against the rules. Should I let it play out more? Should I let that play out more? That's called illegal hands to the face. Okay, and it's a penalty all day long. Number two, that unfair leverage, which is why it's against the rule, is why Liam Eichenberg was able to be pushed back into Tua.
Definitely.
Okay? Now, on top of all that, look how Liam Eichenberg finishes this man. You're going to do that to me? Well, you're going to sit on the ground then.
Yeah.
And you're telling me that's bad offensive line play?
Yeah.
I guarantee that's what they probably
I
used
get
as
you,
a
brother.
clip.
That's the
I
one
get you,
all
brother.
over Twitter right now, Pete.
Oh, for real? So
Yeah, that's
let's
where I
just
just
say,
showed it
okay.
from.
So
I
you,
I
I
know
don't believe
exactly
there
what
was
you
a
mean,
flag
Colin.
thrown on that play for face mask, by the way, right?
Now here's the thing. You know how I know that it was a penalty? Because what Liam Eichenberg did to defend it is also a penalty. And
But
the refs
Color,
didn't throw the flag
but
because
Color,
they knew they missed it. They knew they missed the illegal hands to the face, so they let Liam protect himself and his quarterback and put that guy on the ground.
Yeah.
okay, but let's just go let's just go and say that same rep that we just watched.
Oak Mountain,
Let-
baby. Say the
that's-
man's name. Liam Oak Mountain.
Facts. Because you know what I was just about to say, Color? Let's just say he did lose that one rep. Even though he lost that one rep, and it was that one rep we're talking about. Is that the reason why we lost the game, Color?
That's why it's a Mott and Bailey. That is why it's a fallacy for you to let them trap you into arguing whether our offensive line is trash or not to begin with. Because even if our offensive line is trash, it is still a footnote. It is still a symptom. And we have no idea whether a different quarterback would have yielded a different result on a play like that. And what I do know is that when the offensive line coaches are pulling up the film today with everybody sitting in that room, I guarantee you they're not even showing that film because they know damn well that Liam was beat with an unfair advantage.
Right. I agree.
They're not even coaching him on that play. You know what they're telling him? Good job, Liam, for putting that dick in the dirt.
Exactly. And they probably took him to the sideline and was like, good job.
You know what, Color? I seen Ed Oliver do the same thing to Liam Eichenberg. Same thing, man, with the hand to the face. However, I seen Eichenberg grab him, hold him, and finish him off to the ground. And I was giving Eichenberg kudos for that right there, bro. Like, look, you're not going to do me that kind of way, bro. I don't even care if this is a penalty right now, bro. I'm going to bury you in the
They're
sand.
literally ignoring the video objective evidence that I just showed. Look at Jermaine. MFer is either getting pushed back or laying on the ground. Yeah. Let me shove my hand up in your throat illegally, and I bet you I can get you pushed back to the quarterback too.
Hey, Color, let me ask you something real fast, man. I don't know if you've seen the Bills and the Lions game, man. Okay. Now, you would consider Detroit like top 3 offensive line in the NFL. You would say that when you Color?
They're actually number 1.
Okay. Did you see the Bills pushing them back into Jared Goff's lap, bro? Okay. Now we're gonna keep going. Did we see Jared Goff still come up with big throws, bro?
We did.
With all that traffic around him, still come up with big throws. Okay.
Look. Fan base sucks. Now you got a bunch of excuses.
I'm gonna say, Color. Tua did not have as much pressure.
You're doing it again, Fred.
Hey, Color, it don't matter what it don't matter what I'm doing, Color. I know it don't matter what I'm doing, man. But because this is real stuff. I'm not making it up. This is real stuff.
Hear me out. You didn't have to go all the way to the Detroit Buffalo game, bro. This is what I'm saying. You're doing it again. Okay. All you had to do was point to the other side of the ball because we sacked CJ Stroud more than they sacked Tua.
Well, yeah.
And what did CJ Stroud do? Won the game.
Yeah.
You didn't have to go through all Detroit and all that. All you had to do was look at the other side, our opponent Sunday.
I'm just trying to point things out to him, bro.
I understand what you're trying to do. That's why I'm not trying to insult you. I'm not trying to insult you. That's why I understand where you're going. I'm saying I'm trying to save your calories for you. Because all you have to do is look at our opponent that we played on that field. We sacked them more than they sacked us.
I'm just saying. You don't need an all-star offensive line ain't gonna guarantee you protection like
It
that,
didn't
bro.
guarantee CJ Stroud protection either. That's all I was saying, Fred. You didn't have to point to the Lions.
But like I said with Mike McDaniel and Chris Grier, I happen to think Mike McDaniel figured he was good enough with what he's got with offensive line. It's probably why the issue. I mean, why?
That's what I'm trying to say. And if there are any questions, Fred, left, then we can't go until we get a different quarterback. That's what I'm trying to say. That is across our entire team.
And Color.
We have no idea what Mike McDaniel is.
And Color, I've come to fruition, and I don't care if you two gentlemen up here don't agree with me. I don't care. But I want Mike McDaniel and Christopher Grier together with a
different quarterback in this same squad.
In this same squad, yep. Because you know what? If my brain tells me, wow,
if I'm going to have to go through another,
I think he is.
Sorry to interrupt
I
you.
feel like we could win with Skyler.
Right, and here's the thing.
Why can't we win with a Russell Wilson? Why can't we win with a real quarterback? And are these guys that bad?
If we're all resigning ourselves to knowing that we're not competitive next year, then what would hurt in trying that?
Exactly.
What would hurt in letting McDaniel have a chance with this same squad and another quarterback? What would hurt in that?
Exactly.
If we're
100%.
already keeping the guy and keeping Tua and keeping Grier and running it back, then the end result would be the same as if we're wrong. If we take the chance, do something different, and we're wrong, the end result is still the same. We ain't going to the playoffs next year.
Not with that trio, but there's a possibility we could go to the playoffs if we had a better quarterback.
Right. Possibility, exactly.
You know, look, this is what really bothers me, Color.
Isn't a billionaire about keeping open his possibilities?
You know what the problem is with this? How fraudulent these tuaneers are, Color? Check this out. If we would have beat the Texans by half a point, I know it's impossible, but if we would have won by half a point versus the Texans and Tua would have had the same stats, none of these tuaneers will be saying we need a better running game. Our offensive line is trash. Fire McDaniel and Grier.
Right.
They won't be spewing that. They'll be saying it's playoff time because the Chargers are going to lose one of those games, or we got an 80% playoff chance now. Everything is falling in our favor. They would be screaming playoffs right now.
Yep.
Over.
And rightfully so.
One game.
And rightfully so.
So you're telling me
I would have been right there with him.
No. So this is why it's not Mott and Bait, whatever you said earlier, if I said it wrong.
Mott and Bailey.
This is dumb making excuses, Color.
I understand, but nobody knows that, Pete, but you is what I'm saying. So when you engage with them on false premises, you are validating their false premise that the offensive line is trash.
How? I'm trying to get the film up right now while we speak at the same time.
Because you are engaging with them on their territory. They have put out a premise that's not true, that the offensive line is trash. So when you say, no, it's not, Tua is, that's legitimizing their position. The correct answer would be, how in your right mind do you think this is a trash offensive line? Wait, forget Tua. Let's get through this first. Why do you think this offensive line is trash? That's the correct way to debate these people, Pete. But when you just throw it aside and say, nah, Tua is trash, you have legitimized their position as a valid one, that the offensive line is trash. And that's why everybody believes that the offensive line is trash, because nobody has pushed back against the narrative.
I tell them that if the offensive line looks like trash, it's because Tua actually makes them look like trash.
That may not be true either, Pete. That
may not be true. It may not be true, Color, man, but that's what I feel in me, bro.
See what I mean now, Pete? Do you see what Fred just did?
He makes the offensive line look trash.
He acknowledged their point.
Well, he doesn't help he does help the offensive line with the quick release, but it goes back to my point that I said earlier, though, right, Fred? These tuaneers want to spend all that money on the offensive line, but yet the scheme is asking Tua to get rid of the ball in less than 2 seconds.
Fred, I'm going to put it this way to you.
By the way, y'all want to show one bad play on Liam? Look at Liam right here. Look at Liam.
How about I say it this way? The offensive line is good.
Look at Liam. Look at Liam. He takes 2 guys out. Why don't they show the good on Liam?
You know why? You know why Chris Grier said that they're. You know why Chris Grier said they weren't worried about the offensive line? Because the offensive line is good.
Look at Liam. Look at Liam. Boom. Helps out the rookie. Man, smash 2 people, but he's trash. Don't worry. You guys keep talking because I'm only looking for the interception plays. Because the interception plays, to me, Liam was blocking good. So let's go to the interception plays. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know.
Fred, real quick, Fred. You just a minute ago you said that we don't know if Tua can make the offensive line better. So by saying that, you're acknowledging
Wait a minute. You said I don't know if Tua can make the offensive line better. I said that.
I'm saying that when you're arguing with a tuaneer, right? And they say the offensive line is trash, and you say Tua ain't doing nothing to help that, right? What you're doing is you've just validated their point that the offensive line is trash instead of stopping right there and saying, wait, our offensive line is trash? You see what I'm saying?
I know our offensive line ain't trash. However,
don't let them have that point. Stop them right there and don't let them have that point.
However, I know it's not the best offensive line in the league either.
There you go again. There you just did it again.
You know what,
They're
man?
Fine, bro. They are fine.
Okay. I'll leave it as the offensive line ain't trash. I'll just leave it at that.
I would go so far as to say they're better than our defense. And you know how I feel about how much our defensive problems matter. The offensive line is even more of a footnote than the defense is.
Look. You got guys like Paul Holland. Look at Paul Holland in the chat. How many yards has this team averaged rushing the last 4 games?
Shall I count the West Coast supplemental runs with the short passing game? Would you like me to include those, Paul? Because it's 85 per game.
Thank you, Kyler. They want to talk about only rushing numbers and forget that we run an extension of the run through the pass.
Yeah, it's called West Coast offense. It always has 100%. Been.
But they don't want to hear that.
If you think I'm full of shit or don't know football, go ask Roger Craig, who made his career.
Here's a tricky question. How elite do your offensive line need to be able to move in space and get to the next level by having this offense asking an extension of the run? It's a lot harder to run that. Most teams will have a boatload of penalties. Think about that. Our guys are smart. Our offensive line is actually, these guys are some of the smartest offensive line in the league when you think about it.
So like I was saying, Pete, before I forgot, like I said earlier, the offensive line was not an issue with any of those interceptions, bro. None whatsoever.
100%. But they want, and why did we lose this game versus the Texans?
Right, exactly. Why is there even a thread on Twitter about that play, Pete, with Liam Eichenberg?
Yeah.
Why did we lose this game versus the Texans, Color?
Not only did they cherry pick a play, but they cherry picked one without even noticing that the defensive lineman committed a penalty to do what he did. They're that diluted, bro.
We lost.
And you know what? And this goes even. We had Carmichael starting at right tackle and a rookie starting at left tackle. It's not even our starters, Teron Armstead, our high-paid guy. And
I'm glad you brought that up, Pete. I'm
They
glad
don't
you
want
brought
to
that
make
up.
an
You know why?
excuse that one of our guys is hurt on this offensive line.
Pete, I'm glad you brought that up. You know why?
Use that?
I'm glad you brought that up. You know why? Because it's after 6 p.m. on Tuesday. You know what happens after 6 p.m. on Tuesday, right?
Nah, what?
Pro Football Reference updates their stats. So now we can look right now as this subject is coming up. Hold on. As this subject is coming up, we can know right now what Tua's pressure rate was Sunday against the Houston Texans.
Go look that up, Color, and let me show.
In comparison to the rest of the games this year.
While you're looking that up, Color, I'm going to show Paul Holland a run play that's not considered a carry for Devon A-Chain. Paul Holland,
first of all,
rushing numbers, you're going to have to do a lot of digging, buddy. Because
well,
this right here is a run play. It's an extension of the run right here. Look, check it out.
First of all,
that's the way we run the ball.
Yeah, I know. It's West Coast, bro. Don't argue with a Dunning-Kruger, bro. It's West Coast. The guy don't even know what he don't know, bro. Okay?
That's a run play.
First of all, Pete, our Tua's season average dropped to 12.7%. So I can pretty much guarantee you that, and I'm confirming it right now, where's the advanced game logs? 2024. Let's see. Pressure rate against Houston, 16.3%. You know which game that was lower than, Pete? First of all, do you know what Tua's highest pressure rate was this year? It was 22.6%. Do you know which defense put that kind of pressure on him?
Let me try to guess. Let me try to guess.
The LA Rams put more pressure on Tua than any team has this year. And we won the game. So
look where we're at on the field.
The offensive line is trash shit. I'm done with it.
I'm
not arguing it anymore.
Color, that excuse, you don't this is what I'm pointing out, Color. That only comes out when we lose a game.
Did you know what else?
When Tua was on the 3-game win streak, everything was rainbows and cookies.
Yeah,
it was just floating.
Right, but what I'm saying is,
so if they have one bad game,
what I'm saying is,
everything got to get thrown out.
What I'm saying is, the 22% is still low, Pete. Just because it's the highest all year doesn't mean 22% is high. Do you know who has the highest pressure rate on the season right now? Over 30%.
Caleb
Deshaun Watson.
Joe Burrow.
Number 2 is, if I want to remember correctly, I don't have the list up right now. But my point is, 22% is the highest it was all year. And that was against the Rams, a team we beat pretty easily.
There was more clean offensive line play than there was bad offensive line play.
I know there was. There was 3 quarters more good play than bad play.
Wow.
Okay. What I'm saying is, though, 16.3% against Houston, 14.6% against the Jets last week. Get 17.3% against Green Bay, 11.9% against New England, 7.9% against the Raiders. Buffalo, the second loss against Buffalo, 10%, Pete. Arizona, another one, 12.5%. Jacksonville, first game of the year. I'll tell you why I leave out the second game here in a second. Jacksonville, first game of the year, 14.6% pressure. Buffalo, in their first win, the game that Tua threw the pick
3 interceptions
and the pick 6, Buffalo had a whopping 7.1% pressure that night on Tua.
They're not even trying to pressure Tua. They want his little noodle arm to throw that ball.
They don't need to.
Yeah, they want that ball to float in the air.
Secondary and wait for him to make mistakes, dude. That's all they have to do.
And you know they hating on Liam Eichenberg, but remember what I pointed out last time when Tua almost died on the field? Who was the first one to pick him up?
Right.
It was Liam Eichenberg. Now look, when he gets bashed right here, they almost break him in half. Look who's the first guy to help Tua out. Look who's the first guy to help Tua out. But that's the guy they want gone and they want to put blame on.
Pete, the game the Rams game, 22%, right? And you're seeing that as much higher than what the rest of the average is, because his average on the season is 12.5, right? So that's double the average. So you think that that's high, right? 22%. But Pete, the league average is 21.2%. Tua is 9 percentage points below the league average in pressure against quarterbacks.
I mean, they want everybody going, man. They want
Fred, let me get two more talking points out real quick. The 12.7% pressure rate that Tua has on the year is the lowest in the league. It's like 34th. So it's lower than some of the backup quarterbacks. And the next person at 14.6%, a whole 2 percentage points higher pressure rate at 14.6 is Baker Mayfield. The last talking point, Fred, I'll make before you start cooking is that's what I said. Fred's about to start cooking.
Did Mike McDaniel fumble this ball?
The last point.
I mean, can he just not take a sack?
Pete, you have to hear this last point. It's very important that a person like you hears this, okay? Because it'll drive everything you've been saying for the past couple seasons, bro. Okay?
Oh, shit.
The completion percentage in accuracy, right? That 74% is, he's going to break a record, right? Completion percentage, right? Would it surprise you that on 3 occasions, let me pull back up the page so I know I got the numbers exactly right. Okay. But on 3 occasions this year, Tua had over, where is it? Completion percentage. Hold on. On 2 occasions this year, he had completion percentages above 80%, right? And one other one, he had 77.8%, right? Okay. Here's the thing. 89.3% completion rate. And his season average we know is like 70, low 70, right? His other 80%, 80.4. Both of those highest completion percentage of Tua's season this year came against good teams that we lost to, Buffalo and Green Bay. And the other loss to Buffalo, or the other loss, Arizona, was his third highest out of the 3, 73.7%. So what I'm saying is the games he has this year with his highest completion percentage were the ones to the good teams that we lost to. And when you see things like against Green Bay, like him not throwing the ball on 4th and goal, I will repeat myself and say that he did not throw that ball because he did not want the INT on his box score. He did not want his completion percentage to drop.
Exactly. He's playing stats. He's stat padding.
How else?
Like I've been called.
Hey, he's so accurate, bro.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Y'all just opened my eyes.
Man.
Y'all just opened my eyes. A color. Thank you for that.
That is interesting, bro.
Mr. Puck, you know I've been hating on Chris Grier for a long time. That's what gives them the
ability to blame the defense against the good teams. Oh, look at his 89% against Buffalo. Oh, wow.
What
now
you saying,
everybody,
Pete?
Mr. Puck, how do you feel about what's going on right now with all these excuses saying fire Grier now, fire McDaniel, They're putting the blame that we lost this game because of offensive line, Liam Eichenberg. Like, let's be honest. Why aren't these guys coming out saying, man, we're missing 2 tackles? When Mahomes lost that Super Bowl, Mahomeneers, all those little
that was
fan
the whole
plays of
point,
Mahomes,
Pete.
that was the
whole
biggest
point
excuse
of.
that they would use
No, wait
every
a
game.
minute. That
We
was
didn't
the
have
whole
our
reason I
tackles.
brought up the pressure rate, Pete. We had a street guy and Liam Eichenberg, yet 16% pressure.
Less than league average, Color.
This guy Carmen or whatever his name is, they're all picking on now.
Jackson
Oh,
Carmen.
wait. Are you kidding me? That man was playing good. Oh,
That
man was playing good.
I thought he did an adequate job too, Mr. Park. I thought he did an adequate job.
Fred.
Pro
Let me tell you
Football
something.
Reference
Fred,
agrees
I
with
watched
you,
that.
Fred.
I watched that game yesterday, and I said, I watched the game, and I said, Carmen.
Yeah,
I don't know where they got him from, but I said, good. Where you got this guy from? He's playing pretty good on the offensive line.
He actually looked like Kendall Lamb to me. Like, if we
I
didn't,
said,
we weren't missing nothing.
where y'all got this guy from?
It was like we
You
weren't
guys
missing
realize
nobody
he was a
there.
second-round draft pick, right?
A couple years ago.
Yeah, still a second-round pedigree, Pete.
yeah.
That's true.
I said, where they got this guy
They're
from?
not all like Tua.
That's true.
There
So-
was a time when your draft position was an indicator of your pedigree as a player.
Hey, how long did the Dolphins have him, Color? You know, Pete, you know, or
3
did
days?
they?
3
Like
days?
48 hours, bro. Hours.
Bro.
48 hours.
Wait a minute, y'all talking about Carmen? Get out of here if y'all talking about Carmen.
Yeah,
That
man.
man's
Y'all talking
new.
about Carmen?
I said, Pete,
y'all
because
kidding
I
me.
said,
Please
wait a
tell me
minute.
y'all
I don't remember him on the practice squad. You know what I'm saying? I don't even remember this name,
Man,
bro.
let's give Carmen his flowers, even on this toss. Look at this guy. Brand new, 48 hours in, pulley.
Oh
Boom,
my
took out Stingley.
goodness.
Come on, man. And they trying to
Fred,
say we lost because of
Literally
Liam
the lead
Eichenberg.
block, bro, that sprung the run.
Fred, I'm up here. Hey, Pete,
48 hours. He's lead blocking with 48 hours in, bro.
That's
Good
crazy.
job, Carmen. Good job, Carmen. Good job, bro.
Fred, I thought the same thing you would think. I'm up here saying, okay, this man was on the practice squad, and they secretly brought him up. This man just off the streets.
So did we just fill our first roster spot for next year?
Oh my goodness.
Man. Hey, well, you know what color it may be, bro? You know,
Look.
the land
Check
supposed to
this
be
play out.
retiring.
Hey,
bro.
the almost
Lamb
interception,
hanging it up too.
the almost interception, he didn't really have pressure either. Look. Whoop, ball's out. He almost got intercepted with no pressure.
And also, Paul was playing good.
Real quick,
also,
I got game that thinks he's got a gotcha here because they had 7 penalties. Well, you know what? I got game. Houston was penalized for more yardage than we were. They lost more yardage on penalties Sunday than we did, yet they won the game.
my goodness. And yes, Pete, you brought something up, and I'm like I said, yes, the past few years you've been absolutely right about most of the things you've been saying.
Hey, Pete.
Yes, you have. You've been right, Pete. That's why I'm up here.
You gave up a touchdown pass on that, bro. What you call wide open in the end zone in the right corner, in the right.
It looked like it. It kind of did look like it, but the safety would have closed that. Look.
No, and he still didn't have pressure on him there, bro. Look. Okay.
Wide open.
Right
off that double post.
You know what? I just made the same
open off that
mistake.
double post. Look.
Bro, I just made the same mistake that I keep telling y'all you're making. You know what? I got game. It don't matter if there was 20 penalties. You know what? None of them happened on the interception plays.
That's what I'm saying, Color.
Hey, Color, see that? See, you going back and forth with him, bro. You going back and forth with him,
Fred, I did that so you could see an example of what it is I was telling you that you do. Like I was arguing on his turf.
Yeah, but I don't mind doing
when it's like, wait a minute, why are we talking about penalties on the O-line? None of them had anything to do with the 3 interceptions that lost us the game.
Correct.
But they're saying that we didn't lose the game because of 3 interceptions, though.
Well, that's where, again, I would just say that they don't know what they don't know, and they're
No,
really
no,
high on the Doug Grier
No,
slope.
Pete. No, Pete. They're just saying, bro. They're just pointing out. They're just trying to point out how bad the offensive line and the defensive line is, bro. They know the reason why we lost the game, but they're just trying to point out what was a contributing factor to us losing the game, Pete. Which I don't think really was too much of the factor why we lost. What reason why we lost was the 4 turnovers, bro.
Thank you. Because I'm gonna tell you something. I watched the game from beginning to the end. The defense was playing in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. They played their tails off. Now, let me say this: there's no such thing as a perfect defense. Yes, we do have some issues we got to address, but the defense played well Sunday. And another thing. Stop using the defense as a scapegoat, because that's what we've been doing for the past 2 or 3 years. We've been using the defense as a scapegoat for the failures on our team, and we know what those failures are.
Yep.
And that's what's rubbing me wrong, Mr. Park. It's so bad. It's gotten so bad. I'm defending Chris Grier and Mike McDaniel. I have reason for it. There's reason for me to defend these guys, because think about this, Mr. Park. What if we would have went out and paid Lamar Jackson $250 million guaranteed?
Same boat.
We would have had Chris Grier.
We'd have a better quarterback.
We would have had Chris Grier, Mike McDaniel, and be probably fighting for the division title. We'll be fighting for the division title. Would Chris Grier and Mike McDaniel be looked at as the worst GM and head coach combo right now? With all these opportunities that we had versus the Texans, even with all the turnovers Tua did, we still had a fighting chance at the end. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, Pete, let me explain to you all.
Look at this play. Hold on, look at this play. This is his interception. I want everybody to put their eyes on it.
Yeah. Make sure you watch the top of the screen with the one-on-one with Waddle.
Boop. That's not the one. This is the first one.
Oh, I got
this
you.
This is the first interception.
That's not the one.
This is the first interception. So now these tuaneers want to sit here and say we lost the game because of offensive line. Okay, maybe they have a few clips on their phone ready to attack guys that say it's not the offensive line. So maybe the offensive line did lose a few reps. That's bound to happen. These defensive linemen get paid big bucks for a reason, right? But look, when this offensive line blocks their ass off, you got Liam pulling, clean pocket. He rushed the throw, threw an interception, rushes it.
Well, it looked like they were trying to bait the defense to the other hash mark by making the flow go that way. He faked that way and then blindly threw it to the middle. They just didn't bite on it. Look at the 2 guys wide open, bro. And he's throwing into the middle into triple coverage, dude.
Who's that? Is
Trash.
that Hill that's down in
Trash.
The tight end Hill?
Quickly, Pete. I've got an easy way to explain what the tuaneers do when they bring up the defense and the offensive line and all that other stuff. Really quick.
Oh, that's a goddamn board.
Imagine we're all driving a car, right? And Pete's behind the wheel. And you got me in there. I ain't got my seatbelt on. You got Mr. Polk in there, toking on a big old cigar and with no seatbelt on. And you got Fred in there, like hanging out the window, hitting mailboxes with a baseball bat, right? And Pete decides, I'm going to drive this car right off a cliff. And he does it. And everybody in the car is killed. Are you going to blame me for not having my seatbelt on? Is anybody even going to bring up the fact that I didn't have my seatbelt on in order to excuse the driver from driving that car off the cliff?
Nobody
is
ain't
anybody
going to
be like, well, you can't really blame the driver because I mean, 3 of his passengers didn't have their seatbelt on.
It's their fault they didn't have their seatbelt on.
Now we're not talking about a fender bender where they got whiplash. We're talking about driving off a cliff where there is no surviving it, seatbelt or not.
Oh snap! That was a funny one, Color. But here's what's even funnier: when these tuaneers try to blame our offensive line, and look at this offensive line play. All of these guys are asked one-on-one, and these guys handle business. The only guy that's not handling business is the passer. Look, boom, boom. Everybody good. Look at Tua. Boop. Interception. So that's one interception. That's a turnover that led to the Texans scoring points. Because you know what else is funny, Color? And Fred and Mr. Paul? If we don't have those boneheaded because why couldn't Tua just take a regular sack and not fumble the ball? The Texans got 7 points off of that, right? Now they get 3 points off of this interception right before halftime. That's 10 points because of Tua turning the ball over, not the offensive line, not Christopher Grier, not Mike McDaniel. You remove those 10 points, and we're actually up in the game. Color, are we not winning this game? It'll be like 6-3. We would have kicked the field goal and made the score 6-3 on this interception drive right before half. We would have been up 3 instead of being down 7.
Track quarterback.
Hey Pete, on that previous play where Tua threw the interception, number 88, was that Du Bois?
That was the boost, yep.
That man was wide open.
He did a stop and go. He had a corner. I think you throw that up because the boost is tall. That's a one-on-one, bro.
You could
So
do
maybe
that.
you're measuring it like that.
But on that previous play, it looked like he was open. He was open.
He did a
With
stop
that
and
play
go, but
you just showed where Tua threw the interception.
he wasn't wide open. But look, I'll show it to you again, Mr. Paul. He did like a stop and go. He had the corner on top. The stop and go didn't work. But in my opinion, you still throw it up because it is one-on-one. You know what I'm saying? That's a tall receiver. Look, right here. He hits him with the stop and go,
right.
Stingley. You see?
But see, Fred, this is why we
stops.
can't indict Mike McDaniel yet and have no idea. Because you're
telling
me
look at his position.
You're telling me Joe Burrow wouldn't be eating this secondary up alive on these plays?
Stingley's over the top. You see what I'm saying?
All right, I see.
These plays are designed by Mike McDaniel.
Okay, but right there, he's well. Okay, forget it.
Yeah. You either throw that up to the sideline and let them fight one-on-one. Fight for the ball.
You see what I'm saying? Any other quarterback is going to be eating that secondary alive with these plays.
Is this your favorite team, Color? Is this your favorite team, Fred and Mr. Pop?
Who?
No,
These Dolphins.
even though we have
these fans lying about our team like that.
No, P, I'm gonna say this. Even though our team has issues, I'm a diehard Dolphin man.
How do you feel about these fans putting blame? How do you feel about these fans putting blame on everyone else's name except for the quarterback?
I feel like they assholes, bro. That's what I feel like.
They're really about to lose their job. They're not gonna get a paycheck, and they're putting false lies on their names, bro. That's not right.
Yeah, because he's not addressing the real issue. Just like you just said, it's Tua. He's the real issue.
Yeah.
But they want to keep spinning. They want to keep spinning the wheel, just like the wheel of fortune. They want to keep spinning the wheel and pointing at defensive line, offense.
Mr. Park, I've been saying that for 5 years, bro.
No, I've been saying it for 2 or 3 years. Look, let me explain. I'm gonna say it like this. Let me say it like this. With the defense for the past 3 years, they've been playing well enough to keep us in some games, at that important games. But they cannot do everything themselves. And also, too, we're going to play a team that's going to outplay our defense. That's normal. There's no such thing as a perfect defense in the NFL.
Even the
trash
best
teams.
defenses give
We
up.
had
Even
we
trash
had
teams are gonna
we
be-
had
even-
hold on. Let me finish. We had Flores in the house. We had Boyer in the house. We have Fangio in the house. Now we have Weaver. How many times are we going to get rid of defensive coordinators and they go somewhere and blow up?
Bro, you don't even have
It's
to
not
say
the issue.
defensive coordinators. You don't
It's
even have
not
to
the
say
issue.
defensive coordinators, Mr. Polk. You can say coaches, period, bro.
Coaches, right?
Coaches, period.
Exactly. But see, this is why I said that they make the defense a scapegoat.
And I'm tired
Some
of
of
it,
these
Mr.
and,
Paul. I'm
Fangio
tired
and
of it.
Flores seen the writing on the wall. That's why they're not here.
Chan Gailey seen it too, Mr. Polk. Don't forget that, bro.
Flores knew what Tua was.
Chan
He knew
Gailey did
what he
too,
was.
Mr. Polk. Don't forget about Mr. Chan Gailey, bro. One of the most was a great offensive mind in the NFL, bro, for years. So you're basically telling Chan Gailey, man, you don't know football. You don't know what you're doing about. You don't know anything about this quarterback. We might as well let you go out of here.
And
Which is
that
basically
Fred,
Chan Gailey has seen over 100 quarterbacks. And when he looked at Tua, that guy said, this guy's not NFL material.
Not
I'm
it.
wasting my time.
Pete, Fred, and Colin, I'm gonna give you another name.
When he killed
Jim
Tua.
Corwell. Wasn't Jim Corwell at one time considered being a part of our coaching staff?
Yeah, he was. He was like in the office or something, man. Something.
Yeah, he
But
wanted to retire instead.
But he all of a sudden came down with an illness, Mr. Polk.
Exactly.
Out of nowhere, man, which I thought was kind of strange. But I didn't doubt it. You know what I mean? I just found I didn't felt
it, but
strange, man.
I felt the same way you did, Fred. It was something suspicious about that.
It felt strange when they was going to like be playing Tua, bro. And now he gets sick. You know what I mean? His sickness comes now, man. I'm like, oh, that's some kind of coincidence. That's some coincidence right there. But maybe the man did get sick, and I'm not going to say that he didn't. Bro.
Hey, Pete, I compiled a list of the 7 players that Chris Grier drafted the year he became general manager, 2016. You ready for the names?
Go ahead.
Leonte Carew, Kenyon Drake, Thomas Duarte, Jakeem Grant, Xavier Howard, Jordan Lucas, and Laramie Tunsil.
It's not bad.
I say, wait a minute, Color. I say
He went backwards.
I say 3 of them might have been a hit on though, or hit.
Xavier Howard and Tunsil.
Yeah, that wasn't the draft order. That was just the 7 guys.
Xavier Howard was a hit. Laramie Tunsil was a hit, even though they're not.
The only 2 guys on there that didn't give us any real work is Jordan Lucas and Thomas Duarte.
Yeah, because Carew played special teams for us for a little.
Hey, well, Carew played corner or safety on a quiet rotation.
I thought Leonte Carew was a receiver.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. I'm thinking of what's his name? What's that other guy, man? That had, Tankersley. I'm thinking of Cordell Tankersley.
Oh.
Yeah, he was a corner.
Carew
Yeah.
was a wide receiver.
Whatever happened to him? I thought he was going to be. I really thought he was going to be something, man.
Yeah, I thought so too, but things did not work out.
I think he got injured.
Who was the other players that you mentioned besides Laramie Tunsil, Xavier Howard, Carew? Who was the other players you mentioned?
Jakeem Grant and Kenyon Drake.
Okay.
Jakeem Grant.
Okay.
He scored
Jakeem
touchdowns
Grant.
for us.
You know, Miami Miracle Kenyon Drake.
Right.
Yeah.
And Jakeem Grant just got he's on another team. He just got
he just get picked up again, yeah.
Right, he just got picked up. Kenyon Drake wasn't really that bad on either.
Jakeem Grant is still hanging in there, bro. Shout out to Jakeem Grant, bro.
And Kenyon Drake just retired.
Kenyon Drake retired?
I think so. Not. I think it was earlier this evening or something like that.
Bro, who are the analytics pros I am him that say we're wrong because I just gave you the literal statistics from Pro Football Reference. 13.6% average pressure rate on Tua this
Look
season.
at all that time Tua has.
Well, I don't need an analytic pro to tell me what that means, bro. If you do, that's your problem.
I am him. I am him, man.
The film is right here. We already showed
I don't
an
know what to tell
interception
you.
in the
If,
clean
if,
pocket.
if you're looking to analytics pros to tell you what reality is,
Yeah,
and you
bro.
have
What's
an issue,
wrong with
bro,
you?
like being able to recognize what's real.
What's right? Exactly.
They all
Exactly.
tell you. Does somebody come and tell you, well, 60% of the people like the taste of what you just put in your mouth, and you're like, well, I kind of like it a lot, and you're like, well, you can't be part. But if you liked it, then that would mean 61% like it, and that's not what the statistics say.
Analytics pros.
So assume the position is part of the 40%.
Analytics pros.
Really, do you really live your life like that? Do you really base your decisions on analytics like that?
Analytics pros, bro. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The hell what he sees, bro. The hell what he sees.
Bro, I just remembering the last time somebody went into a McDonald's and started wagging their finger about how good or bad their cheeseburgers are, and saying, "Well, y'all ain't 5-star chefs. How the hell do you know what a cheeseburger tastes like?"
Good grief.
You know what's weird, Color? This is so funny that I bring this up. These same tuaneers that want Grier, McDaniel gone, like right before the Texas game last week, Thursday. Color, listen to this.
Football.
But check this out.
It's not quantum
on
physics,
Twitter,
dude.
I saw a list on Twitter of all the Pro Bowler guys we have on the roster that should go to the Pro Bowl this year. Did you see that Twitter list that was going around in the community?
Yeah.
You saw that tweet?
You know what?
It was like 11 names that were Pro Bowl worthy.
120-something years. 120-something years, and the analytics pros still can't tell us the nature of reality in the universe. And football is not quantum physics, dude. I don't need an analytics pro to tell me anything about football. It's football.
Analytics pros.
We're not talking about, cosmology.
I'm sorry, I am him, but you ain't him,
and
bro.
Renegade. What these tuaneers are doing to the team, putting blame on everyone else's name except for the culprit Tua, they're just going to continue ruining us down the line. And that's why it's important we get this right down pat.
It don't matter how many times, it doesn't matter how many times Gordon Ramsay shits on a hamburger bun and tells you it's a cheeseburger. It's not going to make it a cheeseburger.
How with that cheeseburger, bro?
They gotta go
I don't
out
care
they
how
go
good
out.
a chef Gordon Ramsay is. His feces on a bun is not a cheeseburger.
Hey, check this out. The score at this point is 20-12. We got ball with 1 minute and 58 seconds left, right? Every tuaneer right now is like, wow, we have a shot. Let's take it to overtime, Tua. The game is right here. Despite the fact that we already had 3 turnovers, Tua has taken a bunch of sacks, right? Guess what? We're still in this game, and we have control of the game right here with this drive. They complain that we don't run the ball. We got no timeouts, fellas. We have to pass. We got to go down the field with no timeouts and 1 minute and 58 seconds left on the clock. And you know how this game ends? Identical to the one that happened in our home stadium in Buffalo with a 1-play interception. Look at this. We still have hope. We're like, come on, Tua. We begging you, bro. Get it in that end zone.
Oh, please, man.
Look at this offensive line. That man could have stepped up. He could have stepped up.
And threw that. And really put some mustard on it.
Power into that throw.
He could have stepped up and put mustard on that, bro. He laid back and threw it up high up in the air, bro. Come on, man. Come on.
Look,
he was ready.
This is the reason why we lost the game.
He was ready.
Everything else. We had
Look
our
at
chance
the
right here to tie.
look at the
Look at
look
that
at the
pocket.
body language. Look at the body language.
And
You see the
goes
body language on the throw, bro.
and goes
He
to
don't care.
respect is
Look at his.
mutual, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
with
Hey,
you on that.
Fred.
That's the only
Fred,
way.
yeah.
That's my point, Ghost, is that they do deserve to be fired, but
Pete,
not at
look at
the
the body
Hey,
language
Fred,
on
you
the
pointed
throw,
something
bro.
out real
expense
good.
glorification.
Look at the body language on the throw, Pete.
Yeah, look at
Check
Tua's
it out, bro.
body, bro. It's a
Look
careless
at the
throw. He
body
don't
language on the
care,
throw,
bro.
bro. No
Look
follow
at
throw,
him.
bro. This is why he's short. No follow throw. No follow through. Like, what the hell? Try to
He threw
catch it.
that
Try
off
to
his
get it.
back foot.
Yeah. Look at that shit, bro. No
He threw
follow
that off
through.
his back foot. When, of course, you scary
And,
scary
and,
little.
and put it on Tyreek, Pete.
Pete, I've been waiting for this real quick. I've been waiting for this one all week, dude. I just been waiting for somebody to take the bait.
Oh,
I got game says, how about the 30 starting QBs before Tua? I got a great answer for that. I got game. Guess what?
what about him?
One of those quarterbacks that you're talking about was calling the game Sunday and said this ball was underthrown.
Wow.
Trent Green.
Wow.
Trent Green.
Yeah,
This
Wow.
man,
former
this
Miami
man
Dolphin
has
quarterback.
no
Miami
care,
Dolphins,
bro.
former Oregon Duck.
How do you fight for someone like this on your team when he's the leader? Look at this. His Fred was spot
So
on.
what
Look
I
at
would
his
like to
body.
see now is the next greatest pay-per-view.
Back foot.
I want to see Kurt Warner, Drew Brees, Dan Orlovsky, and Trent Green in a quarterback competition. That's what I want to see for a Pro Bowl this year.
So was it the offensive line? Reason why did the offensive line force him and rush him on this throw, guys?
Wow.
Yeah, you know why, Billy? You know why Trent Green is coming at Tua low-key? Because Trent Green didn't get the benefit of the entire world coddling him through his concussion. He had to retire.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's why
definitely.
Trent Green is sour on Tua. Guarantee that, allegedly. Yes, Jermaine. Trent Green said the ball was underthrown during the broadcast. Yes, Jermaine.
Yep.
He sure did.
Or how about the man's just seeing what the fuck he sees, yo? How about that, bro?
Fred, you hit the nail on the head, Fred.
In real
Thank
time,
you,
you
Fred.
said it.
Let me tell you, hey, take color. How does your back down at the other end of the field goal? How is your number 10, the back of your number 10 facing that, bro? If this is not underthrown, tell me that. Tell me why is that back facing
He has
the
to
other
turn
end?
around to try to get that ball.
Look, I'm gonna throw some respect over to I Got Game. The man is learning. He says that's a TD if he leads him. That's what we're saying, Game.
Oh, you know what? Hey, color. Now that's when you cut him off, color. That's when you leave. That's when you leave him alone.
No, he's respectfully saying the truth right now.
Cool, color. He should have seen this in the beginning, bro. He's seen it anyway, bro. He's just. I think if you ask me, man, he's just.
I mean, the words "if Tua leads him" literally mean underthrown.
If Tua leads him, exactly.
That literally means underthrown.
That means he didn't lead him.
I am him, and you ain't him, bro.
So now
The saddest part is this right here. Look.
Once they lost that part of the argument, it then shifted to, well, Tyreek had two hands on the ball. Should have come down with it.
You're right, color. You're right.
Guess who else had two hands on the ball? Wait a minute. That guy had 6 hands on the ball because it happened 3 times in one game. Jalen Waddle, Skylar Thompson. Anybody remember that?
Damn.
People said 2 of those passes. People said 2 of those Skylar throws were underthrown. I disagreed, but I let him have it. And now we're going to say Tyreek had 2 hands on the ball and should have come down with it? Really?
Yeah.
And we're still going to say Skylar's trash in the same sentence. All
That's
those
really what you're saying. Yeah. So we should add that. I mean,
They're saying Tyreek should have had that. They don't care. You got 2 hands on it. Come down with it.
Granted, Skyler's disappointed me too in his last few chances. I get it. You can call it a regression if you want, but do not act like he was trash in that Buffalo playoff game. I'm sorry. He was no more trash than what we just witnessed, and we scored 31 points that day.
You see what the problem I have with this message right here by Mr. Torres in the chat, Color, everybody on the panel? This man just said, and he's talking to all of us, right? And it's like, these people must they act like these people must think like we want to complain about the quarterback.
Being a tuaneer, I think he's just being like he's being his own version of real.
No, this is the way I'm taking it as he's tired of hearing guys complain about the quarterback.
Realist right now. He's black-pilled is what they call it.
He's tired of us complaining about the quarterback, and I get it, Ralph. But can we be tired of the tuaneers putting blame on people that are not deserving of it?
That's what we're fighting.
We can't be tired of that. So when we fight about the lies, we can't sit here and actually start saying,
right,
that's all that happens.
Right. And Ralph, with total respect, the part about Tua isn't going anywhere unless he gets concussed. That's because we let them win this narrative every time for the last 4 years. We're trying to fight that narrative because it's that narrative that is causing him not to go anywhere.
And it's a lot of stuff like that actually makes Tua more unlikable, Color. Could that be another case? People might want to like.
It's reminding me of why I don't like the situation. Yeah, but like I said, I don't think Ralph is necessarily caping for Tua here. I think he's just being a nihilist. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I don't think he is either. Yeah.
And that happens. There's nothing wrong with being a nihilist. It's just, I'm just pointing out that the reason for his nihilism is because nobody pushes back against these narratives.
Shout out
these guys. That's why I said it earlier, Color. That's why I said it earlier, Color. A lot of these little coat movers, they won't come around and say, you know what, Color, y'all were right.
I don't blame them because they don't want to be attacked. I don't blame them. Not everybody wants to walk around and be attacked.
And I don't care about that,
football,
though.
bro.
Color, but in reality, I don't care about that, though, Color. But they will. What I do care about is they will continue to do these things as a little group of them. You see what I'm saying? They're next year, we're gonna have a new quarterback, for example, right? Not the quarterback that they like. But the new quarterback, let's say we got Kurt Warner. Let's say we get Kurt Warner next year, Color. You know how hard these tuaneers are going to go at our next quarterback?
I got you. I was speaking to the nihilists, Pete, not the tuaneers. I was saying that the nihilists are black-pilled because of the fact that they don't want to walk around on their daily lives and get attacked just for following football. They'd rather just go about their daily lives and let the tuaneers have the narrative. You see what I'm saying? That's what's causing the nihilism. Because Ralph there's no rule saying that Ralph has to go get attacked by tuaneers because he's off of Tua simply because he likes watching football. Like that's the price of admission. If you want to watch Miami Dolphins football, you have to deal with being attacked if you disagree with what you're seeing on the screen. Nobody wants that, dude. So they just stay black-pilled. They just stay in their nihilism and say, look, he ain't going nowhere. This is all a shit show. It's the exact same take my mom has had for 4 years. They ain't going to change nothing, Chris. Get over it. And she still roots with me. Like, you know what I mean? And knows that it ain't nothing going to change. So every time I'm optimistic, she's right there like, Ralph, they ain't changing. He's not going anywhere. Matter of fact,
guess what? And Color,
I had to buy her shit. Listen,
guess who else ain't going nowhere?
Hold on,
I won't. Fred, you going anywhere?
Real quick.
You going anywhere, Fred?
No, quick.
You going anywhere, Color?
No, I'm not. But that's my point.
I ain't going nowhere.
That's my point.
They can stay where they at, and I'll stay where I'm at. And they
I
continue this.
understand.
And guess what? I'll just keep making them look like fools out here. That's all. Let them open up their mouth, and then when my mouth opens up, I'm going to say what I feel. You're going to have guys like Mr. Park come say how he feels. Fred is going to have people say how he feels. And guess what?
Right.
I feel like Fred been right. I feel like Color, you've been right. Mr. Park, you've already said that You've admitted it. So you are like
right.
Mr.
But I'm
Paul,
with
you're a real
Ralph.
one.
I'm with
Not
Ralph.
worried.
I really don't. I think we're pipe dreaming to think that anything's going to change, that we're actually going to get some firings or anything like that. I'm with Ralph on that. I'm just as nihilistic about it. Here's the thing, Pete. The reason being, you know how deeply I follow this stuff. You know how deeply you follow. Fred follows Mr. Polk. Fred and Mr. Polk may not be as in the weeds as we are because they're not running a show and all that, but they're in the weeds compared to my mom, right? And my mom, I bet my mother that Tua wouldn't be our starting quarterback last season, and I lost that bet. Had to buy her dinner because her nihilism told her ain't nothing going to change. I'll take that bet all day long. And here is Tua, still our quarterback, and mom got a free dinner out of it.
Yeah, I see what you mean with what Ralph was saying. I understand that and what have you. But it's not, we can still get on on different platforms and voice our disappointment and our disagreement.
Mr. Polk, I'm sure
exactly, Mr. Polk.
And Mr. Polk, I'm sure somewhere if Ralph is a real one, which I suspect he is, I think he appreciates us doing that for him, Mr. Polk, because he don't have the time or the inclination to do that. And most fans don't. I have a feeling Ralph appreciates guys like you and me and Fred and Pete coming up here and saying what needs to be said.
I like arguing about it.
He knows still nothing's going to change. We're not going to affect any change, but I'm sure he appreciates.
But that's cool, Color. But look what he says. You guys don't need to continue to blame Tua all day. We know he sucks, but we paid him. If it's not him, we will be bitching about someone else.
Looking out for us. He's saying stop wasting the calories on a guy that's going to be here next year anyway, is what he's saying.
And what I'm saying is he doesn't need to look out for me because what I'm doing is killing narrative.
That's fair. That's what we're telling him. That's what we're telling him, Pete.
For his favorite team, and he needs to go over there to these other platforms and call them out. This is why I'm live. This is what we're talking about up here.
We had to tell him that for him to understand that.
Color, man, give me a second, bro.
Go ahead.
Why do you think my title is called Christopher Grier didn't throw 3 interceptions? Why do you think my title is called Mike McDaniel didn't fumble that ball?
Right.
Why?
So we respectfully reminded Ralph of that, and he can make his own decisions as what he wants to watch and listen to. We literally are just telling him that, Pete.
So if Ralph doesn't understand,
he does.
Defending our team, right? If Ralph doesn't understand that we're defending our favorite team from lies being thrown,
he does understand that, bro.
On other platforms.
I bet Ralph's been rolling around here for a long time. He understands that, Pete.
Color, Ralph will be going around those other platforms, and instead of telling us to stop bitching, he will be telling
maybe he doesn't want to be attacked by those people.
Stop lying.
That's what I'm trying to say. He'd rather just be a nihilist.
Okay, Pete. No, but Pete, here's a good example. No, but Pete, here's a good example. Okay, right now, let me say this. Let me say it because I've said this a million times. I know, Cully, you've heard me say this. Like I said, when it comes down to the players on our team, the thing I learned a couple years ago is that it's best to be, neutral, to the point where, okay, I'm not a tuaneer and I'm not a Tua hater. But and that applies to each player, not just Tua. Each player that comes on our team, I'm going to, with their play, if they play well, I'm going to compliment them. If they play bad, I'm going to critique them. Okay. Now also too, when it comes down to the different Miami Dolphins platforms. Okay, the way I feel about Tua right now, I cannot go over there to Reason's platform because he'll probably block me. CB83. He would probably do the same thing. Maybe not. Because of what I feel about right now.
Mr. Polk, it's interesting you point that out because he's not blocking your comments because he doesn't want to see them. He's blocking your comments because you're planting a seed in his audience's mind.
Exactly.
It takes them away from him.
Right. Exactly. So that's why I'm not going. I'm not going to those platforms. Do I have respect for reason? I have respect for CB83. But right now, I'm not going over there because, like I said, the way I feel about Tua, where I may feel about some other players, they may not like. They may not want me to be on their platform.
I
So,
just happen to
so,
say,
so, no, go
I
ahead,
wouldn't
Fred.
go over there, Mr. Falk, because I don't need somebody to tell me, grown man, especially, um, tell me for what I'm seeing for myself, bro. You know what I mean? And go over there and argue, like what I'm seeing and what you hope you're seeing. As a matter of fact, you know what you're saying, but you just don't want to. You just don't want to say it. You want to give excuses for it. Who wants to
Right.
go over to a platform like that, man, and listen to all that hobble gobble, bro? You know what I'm saying? I'm here
I'm a,
like
Look at Eric's comment.
but,
Eric says CP83 or whoever he is.
yeah,
Calling
no,
us
no, no, but see,
bro.
here's Fred. It is a little difference with me. I still respect.
3PO.
I still have respect for CB83. I still have respect for Reason.
I can
Reason
dig
was
that.
one of the first big. No, no, let me finish. I'm not saying you doing that, but I'm just saying it's as far as me goes. If I say
No,
that
I
I'm not
can't.
going to, no, no, hold on, let me go. If I
Hey,
say I'm not going to a platform for a certain reason, it's not because I don't like, I don't support those guys. It's just that right now, my opinion about Tua will have effect on me going over there and being on eat on the chat room or on the
That's fair.
panel
That's fair.
on the platform. So that's that's my way of saying, okay, I have a difference of opinion or two right now. Out of respect, I'm not gonna go over there to Reasons platform. I'm not gonna go over to CB83's platform. Right now,
That's fair.
CB83
That's fair.
has me as a moderator. I'm a moderator over there on CB83's platform.
Right. Going over to Reason would be platform and talking to their audience would be like going to some church and walking into the congregation and being like, y'all's
yeah,
pastor is full of shit.
you
I'm
ain't
the
Hey,
way,
getting
the truth, and the
you
life.
ain't
exactly.
getting in
You're
there
not
no
going
way.
to do that. You know what I mean?
You ain't
Right.
getting in there no way.
Well, I'll
By the
say
way,
this.
Billy, sorry,
Well,
Eric,
So,
but Billy just one upped you, bro. Billy
I'll
says
say this.
in
I'll say
reference.
this. If Mr. Punk,
Hold
you
on,
said
Pete,
you're not
real
blocked by
quick, Pete,
reason.
real quick. In reference to CB83, Billy says, "Leave the blue hairs alone." So I'm sorry, Billy just one upped you, Eric, on the comment.
Cap, come back, Cap.
Leave the blue hairs alone.
Listen, y'all. I mean, y'all
Only a
just gonna have to.
politician would get that joke.
I already got blocked by all these channels, so I can't even tell them off no more. That's just the
Well, I'm like
truth,
Mr. Polk. I'm not blocked because
I
I don't
can't
go
even
to them.
comment on our. I can't even comment on our favorite team blocked me. Miami Dolphins got me blocked. I can't even comment on my
I see
team.
it as no point because I know they're going to block me. So I'm like, well, if I get 2 words out, then what's the point? You know what I mean? So I don't. I
Nah,
just don't even go watch them.
nah. You got to
They
keep
got
planting. You know what I say, Color? Keep planting the seeds. Don't come up to me saying I'm bitching, making things up, or don't complain about this. And these guys aren't being told the same. How the hell are they going to come over here and tell me what to complain about and not to complain about? But yet, all these other streams, they get
I
to get
tried
away
to
with
play the reverse
all type
psychology
of
game,
lies
Pete.
on our team.
Pete, I
How?
tried to play the reverse psychology game, and you know what happened?
Yeah, but Color, that's
You and
the
I
problem
almost
between me
lost
and you.
our
I don't play
friendship.
games,
No,
Color.
no,
You
you and
play
I
games. I
almost
don't play
lost our
games.
friendship, bro, because I tried to play the reverse psychology game on them. I tried to get them to expose and realize for themselves their fallacy, but it ended up running afoul with people like you because you thought I was going full boat the other way, and you didn't see what was actually going on and what I was actually saying.
AP,
Oh yeah,
AP,
and you see,
AP.
Color. Nobody. I give no passes, Color, and I love you, and I will always love you, even because I know Tua won't be a Dolphin quarterback. I'll just be mad at you for like 8 years.
I say,
Once he retires, you'll be my
It's
buddy
just
again.
like
But
Ali. I had to tell Ali last night because Ali's coming from the standpoint he's wanting to argue about the other issues that we do have, and I'm trying to tell him, look, bro, that's a conversation for 2 months from now. But when Ali's out here telling everybody that, hey, this and that is a problem, and Chris Grier needs to be fired for not fixing our offensive line, he don't realize that even though he's righteous in his motives for calling out Grier, that everybody else will take what he says and run with it, and that and to not get the actual problem fixed. So it's not that you're trying to hide anything. It's like, bro, you're not arguing from the same standpoint they are. You're saying you're not good with Grier because of his personnel decisions, but they're taking that to say, see, other people that aren't tuaneers agree with me.
Well, I myself say,
and I'm trying to tell Ali, like backstage, like, yo, man, I agree with everything you said about Chris Grier, but I'm not going to argue with you on that, because when I do, all I'm doing is feeding the narrative that Tua's the God and can do no wrong. I'm not going to do that.
Hey, Pete.
We can talk about the offensive line troubles next month.
If you ask me, Pete, I say it's what the tuaneers get.
Exactly. But and you're doing, and you know why I respect you, Color, and everybody that hangs with me? You're doing our work.
I give you one more, Pete. I ain't too happy with the flip floppers, bro.
Because of course not. I can't stand them.
Now you want to try to see this. It takes you 5 years to see this, bro. You could have seen this in 3. But you go on and on caping for the.
Wait a minute.
Hey, Ralph. Remember, Ralph. Don't forget Josh Rosen. Ralph, I need you to hear me clearly. Don't forget Josh Rosen. Don't forget Jacoby Brissett. Don't forget Teddy Bridgewater. Don't forget Skyler. But remember why those names are being spoken about. All those guys were the backup quarterback on our team, and all those guys, in my opinion, are better than Tua. I'm sorry if you don't want to agree or you don't like it. They at the time were better than Tua. I believe it. And the only thing
I say to that, Fred, is I even called you a crazy for suggesting Darnold. And I have to say, I was absolutely wrong. I can be a man and say it. I was wrong about Sam Darnold. I didn't think he was going to be one of those guys that changed.
Right.
And I was wrong about him. I crapped on Pete for suggesting Sam Darnold back then.
I was wrong on that. No, okay, go. Yeah, I was wrong on Aaron Brewer. When we first brought in Aaron Brewer, I was crying and complaining like I don't know what. That he's too small. He's too this. He's too that. I was wrong. I was wrong about Aaron Brewer. I'm not scared to admit that.
According to the tuaneers, I guess you were spot on though, Mr. Paul, because our offensive line is trash.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
What's going on, Kenna?
What's up, Kenna?
What's up?
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not scared to admit that. I was wrong on Aaron Brewer.
Win rate.
I mean, I take it like
it's not about how good those quarterbacks were. They don't get it, right, Color? They might not get it.
They're buying the propaganda that we actually put effort into those guys.
It's not about how great, or we don't care who the backup is. We just need hope. Tua never gave us hope. That's the problem.
Hey, people got let Kenny trying to say something.
Yeah, it was gonna. I mean, but that's just all it is, yo. I don't feel like to what Cutler was saying earlier today. You know, it's kind of the same thing I've been saying for almost 3 years. Like at this point, we'll never know how good of a head coach Mike McDaniel is because he was just so forced to focus on Tua. Now, I believe that Tyler Huntley and Skylar Thompson probably would have got a fair shake if Mike McDaniel would have been able to focus on their strengths too. You know, like he didn't get to focus on their strength. He only got to focus on Tua's strengths and making this offense good to fit Tua. And whoever can't come in to fit Tua offense is not good enough when, you know, it's basically predicated on timing. And if you give anybody enough time, then the timing will be down. Funny how that makes sense, but a lot of people don't understand
that. I understand you can't. I understand you can't just put a guy who's been in here for a week and for him to know, like almost, because you can almost say that.
I mean, but
remember Question
But
McKenna. Remember they questioned McDaniel?
Right.
No,
Right.
but hold on. Let Kendall finish. Let Kendall finish.
I'm about
'Cause
to
he just
address
got
that
it.
real quick because you're right. Like it wouldn't have been nothing wrong with having Tyler Huntley run to an offense as long as you sprinkle plays in there that Tyler Huntley can do so
Yeah,
we can continue to move forward. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
that's all it was about. Like it wasn't never about Mike McDaniel actually worrying about the team. Now they trying to put the onus on Mike McDaniel wasn't worried about the team. Like
I think he treated those games as preseason games because I literally think he believes that Tua was going to come back in here and go 9-0, bro.
I feel like that
Yeah.
too because like ain't no way you can sit here and tell me that with the right timing and a fair shot and actually planning to win these games that we couldn't have came out and won those games with
Well,
Tyler
we're going to
Huntley.
find out, Kenneth, because it is only a matter of time before Skylar Thompson takes his seat, his throne in St. Louis as the Battlehawks QB1. We're going to find
Right.
out one way or another, bro.
Yeah, we are. Everything gonna hit the fan, like just like shit hitting the fan now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I honestly didn't think Skylar would clear waivers because I thought for just a second that KC might have been like, yo, the guy is from Palmyra, Missouri. What are we doing? Of course, get him on our practice squad. You know what I mean?
yeah, hometown boy,
It's his
yeah,
home state. You know, like,
yeah.
of course, he can't be
Well,
worse than Chad Henne.
mean-
This is the thing. This is the thing. When players clear waivers like that, I didn't think he was going to clear waivers either. But players also can reject if they're going to go anywhere if they know they were told you're coming back.
Oh, right. I didn't know they could reject. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they could reject. They don't have to go anywhere.
Well, I know they could just refuse to play, but I thought they would have to like quit or retire or something. You know what I mean?
Odell Beckham came out with a report that he has a list of teams that he's willing to play for.
Right. Oh, I
He
got you.
cleared waivers.
That's basically what he's saying there, Pete. Is he's saying for any of you that were going to claim me off waivers, I ain't going to play for you. So don't bother. You know, I'm going to be a poison in the locker room, so don't bother. You know.
Exactly.
And I can't even believe we wasted time with him. Like OBJ is just another example of the incompetence that Chris Grier does. Like
I wonder if he learned that from who brought in Mike Wallace. Was that Tannenbaum or Ireland?
I think it was Tannenbaum. Like I mean,
he learned from that. He's like, oh, we'll just bring in a Mike Wallace guy. That'll placate the crowd.
Nah, Keller, he's back. Skyler's back with us. He's back with us. That's why Skylar Thompson.
Why would anybody want Skylar? Ask our coach, Jermaine.
See how they do? See how they do?
You're asking us like we got a red phone to McDaniel saying, "Hey, bring Skylar back."
See, that's why you gotta give it to them.
Just did it.
That's why you gotta give it to them dudes like that, yo. You know what I'm saying? That's why. That's why.
Wait a minute. I'm not allowed to appeal to authority now.
That's why you
want Skylar back.
like that.
McDaniel keeps protecting Skylar.
And what did Chad Pennington win? What did Chad Pennington win, Ralph Torres?
Nothing. Our quarterback was Ronnie Brown when we won the division that year.
And you know, and it's actually sad. Right? And it's actually sad, man. Color. We already went through a weak arm quarterback back to back, Jay Fiedler and Chad Pennington. And this fan base
wasn't that
man, Pennington had a weak arm.
He wasn't
Pennington had a weak arm.
He can still get some air under it, dude.
Pennington had a floater. That's all it was. It was really
he
weak.
was like Tannehill, bro. His arm's exactly like Tannehill's, dude.
Nah, Pennington had a weak arm, Color. He couldn't
throw deep. Pennington did not have a floater, Pete. What were you watching, bro? What were you watching, Pete?
Y'all want to watch Pennington?
Fred, it's not really fair to do this to Pete because Pete is comparing the contemporaries of that day. Chad did have a weak arm compared to the other quarterbacks in the league.
I mean, but it's
his arm is his velocity is 10 times stronger than Tua's, man.
Exactly. And not only that, Pete, just Chad Pennington does have a division title, bro.
So
in the year where Brady got hurt.
By the way,
Come on now.
until Buffalo got Josh,
Get him.
Fred, let me expand on that.
Hey, Fred,
Until
if
Josh
Tua would have
Allen got
won the
until
division
Josh
this year
Allen got to
with
Buffalo,
Allen hurt, you would have claimed him then?
until
Hey,
Josh
man.
Allen got to Buffalo, Chad Pennington is the only one that's won the AFC East besides the Patriots.
Yeah, hey, man. Well, you get them when you can, bro. You get them. You get them.
Right.
You get them.
So
We
what
fired the only coach. Now I'm gonna take the Miami Dolphins logo off of it for a second.
Yeah.
This organization fired a coach, the only coach that has ever defeated Bill Belichick for the division title.
Yeah. Who was the coach again, Color?
Fired that guy.
was that Dan Campbell?
No, that was
No.
Tony Sparano.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We won the division. We won the division in 2008. That is the only season
Yeah, that was Tony.
in Bill Belichick's tenure until Josh Allen got here that he did not win the division. Once in
We would
22 years.
overdose on that
And it was
Sambaka.
Tony Sparano. Have you ever even heard the league, the NFL, put that stat out there that Tony Sparano is the only coach ever to defeat Bill Belichick for a division?
And we started
No, I
like
had
0-3 that year or something, right?
I never played that in mine.
No,
He
what
got
did we start
bounced
that
around
year?
the league, and he got bounced around the league and got shit on by every GM until he found himself the offensive line coach at Minnesota who protected Teddy Bridgewater all the way to a freaking NFC championship game. Tony Sparano should be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, shit, they fired it. They fired a 10-6 day once there.
And when he died, you heard crickets chirping from the NFL. Not one ceremony, not one hit, puff piece on CBS Sports in the morning. Nothing for Tony Sparano, and the man should be in the Hall of Fame. So yes, rest in peace, my brother, Tony Sparano, greatest coach the Dolphins have had since Don Shula.
It's probably his soul that got us leaking and looking bad now. He's probably
you know what he brought back to our locker room? The heart. That's what he brought to our locker room. And when we fired him, the Raiders hired him. He brought back heart to their locker room too. And guess who effed that up? Jack Del Rio, because they fired Sparano to hire Jack Del Rio.
And Ken, you did mention Dan Campbell. Yes, that's another one we messed up on too. Because we made him the interim head coach.
Sparano is like, yo, I'm gonna flag this guy for winning the lottery. Hey, God, come over here a second. See this guy, Color? We need to get him a lottery winning, bro. Praise to you, Tony. Love you, buddy. Rest in peace up there. Party hard, man. I know you're having fun up there.
That's real.
I just don't understand Ross.
It was Ross that fired him. Was it not?
Yeah, it was.
That's who's to
But
blame
look
for
at
all
the
this
look
mess.
at the pattern. Look at the pattern that I want y'all to think about the pattern. Was Sparano a soft coach or a hard coach?
Nah,
He was a
Sparano was a
hard-nosed.
tough dude, bro. He was tough dude, bro.
I like where you going with that.
Oh, I thought that was
He getting
Cap. Shout out to Snorty.
Yeah,
He
Ralph, I
getting
totally
shit.
agree with you, Ralph. The
Me
only
too.
issue I have with Ross in that regard is that he literally came out and told us that was the definition of insanity, and then proceeds to actually do exactly what he just defined for us. That's what kills me about it, Ralph. I don't disagree with you at all, Ralph. I just can't stand the fallacy involved with Ross telling us all what the definition of insanity is.
So what you saying? So what you're saying is Mike McDaniel actually might be a hard-nosed coach. It just won't show because
We have no way to know, is what I'm saying, Kenna.
we
We have no way to know.
Because Stephen Ross is a pussy himself. I'll say it.
Thank you.
And why we gonna call
That's the
Stephen
way.
Ross
That's
a
an
pussy?
indicator,
Because Stephen-
Kenna.
No,
That's a
no,
good
you see,
indicator.
Kenna, now you're calling out the owner. But I don't agree with that. Didn't Stephen Ross like the toughness in Brian Flores? He wanted that.
So
paid
let me
his
ask y'all a
PR
question.
team
Let
to
me ask
make a
y'all a
DV
question.
to make a
Go ahead,
video
Chris.
of how hard it's about to be in Miami. This was his.
Right. So check this, Pete. Let me ask you this question. Have you do any of y'all I'm pretty sure y'all know J. Cole, right?
J.
Jay
Cole,
who?
the
Yeah,
musician.
yeah.
J.
So
Cole,
What
nah.
about?
oh so J. Cole got a verse, a verse in one of his songs, and he is basically saying like you rapping this hardcore music, but the only crowd that I see is straight pussies.
Mm.
So
Mm.
You know what?
so
That reminds me of Eazy-E, real motherfucking G's, Kenna.
yeah, I mean,
Same thing,
so
same theme.
yeah, so basically what I'm
Studio
saying
gangsters.
is
Is that what we
Yeah,
got in our
but you got
Coach
to
have a bunch
remember,
of studio gangsters?
Kenna, you
No,
got to
no, but
remember this is an owner. This is an investment. These are
bro,
players
listen
you're
to
putting
what I'm
money on,
saying. It don't
right?
but
So
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what
yeah,
I'm
but
saying, Pete. Listen to what I'm saying. When you are a pussy, you will make pussy moves.
On
I
that
mean, you
note,
got a
Kenna,
point. You got
he
a
does.
point.
He
But
does,
some
Pete, because
owners,
remember, wait a minute, remember, when did this idea that we're all supposed to be a big happy family and treat each other like gold, when did that idea start? When did that culture start in Miami?
once we got rid of Flores,
No.
No, it's
When
when
took
we
the
adopted
side
Stephen
of
Ross.
Jonathan Martin and got rid of Richie
Yep,
Incognito, that's
that
when
too.
it started.
Yeah, that bully scandal.
thank
Yep,
you.
yep,
Because
yep.
Stephen
Thank
Ross
you.
got Me Too'd from the Me Too movement, and he
yeah.
bought it, and he took
Yep.
the bait, and he don't realize that nobody gives a shit about Me Too anymore, and we
Nope.
know that they were a bunch of Marxist freaking shills.
Yep. We should have sided with Incognito and had a tough ass line.
Thank
Therefore,
you.
today we will still have a strong line.
Wait. Do y'all not remember the allegations that were coming out of Incognito's mouth, or are you guys okay with a white guy using the N-word now?
I'm not okay with anybody
I'm not.
using that word.
I'm not
Ain't
okay with that.
nobody
Yeah,
okay
no,
with.
Wait a minute.
Look, look,
listen,
I'm
I'm
not
not
Look,
okay
okay
I'm gonna
with
with
put it
that.
like
anybody
that's
this.
what
using
that's
that
Let me
what it
put
word.
it like
sounds
this.
like.
Let me
Wait a
put it
minute.
like this, bro. Let me put it like this. Let me put it like this. Ain't nobody okay with it. But if you got the galls to use it and the galls to get punched in the mouth, I can't do nothing but respect it.
Not to mention that question needs to go to the brothers of his in the locker room.
Obviously, to be honest, because if he used it like that, to be honest, he was probably in an environment that was comfortable for him to use it.
And right,
And
and
I
exactly. And so, what I have a question. This is why I don't.
I agree with what you said,
Kenna,
Kenna.
this is why.
But
Kenna,
y'all
this is
don't
why
want.
I have a no
But now
tolerance policy.
when it
Because
blew up in
how
the
are we
air,
supposed to know who are the authorities in either community? Okay, black or white. Who are the authorities that keep this list of everybody that's allowed to use the word?
It ain't allowed to use it. It's more of granted permission. And the only
Great,
reason why I
great,
say it
great,
like, and the
great.
only listen. And the only reason why I say it like that is because if you are around somebody that holds sentimental to that word, they are trying not to use it themselves. Plus, will let you know that I don't agree with using that word. Y'all get where I'm going with this?
Sure.
yep.
Yeah,
There is
there you
some
go.
people that would, yep,
You know what I'm
100%,
saying?
Kenna,
And
100%.
if you around somebody that don't stand on business about their word with you up front, that just lets you know what kind of person that person is.
Right. I got you. I'm just
But
saying. I'm simply
that
saying, as
those
a
were the
person.
allegations at the time that Stephen Ross had to fight. So at
Yeah,
that
so
time,
so
he had
those
no
so I
choice
feel like
but to
yeah,
go
so
with the Me Too movement and sit here and try to clean house because it was a bad look. It was just a
he should have
bad,
Pete, let me,
stayed
terrible
with it.
look.
He
Even
Pete,
though
should have
let me
me
stayed
and
ask you
with it.
something.
Kenna,
Pete,
me and
Pete,
Kenna
Pete,
could be at the park
let me
playing
ask you
ball,
something,
and
Pete.
everybody's gonna be saying the N word, and everybody's gonna be there
I
battling,
think
and it
Okay,
ain't gonna be no
I
okay.
think the
problem.
N word.
That's
I
all
think the
right.
N word was
But
was the coating on
when
top.
it comes out into the media, into a spotlight, like Color pointed out, to a Me Too movement where people are attacking to cancel you, then you have someone in your own building going against you. You have no choice but to sit here and make, what would I say, headline decisions. Meaning Stephen Ross
Right.
probably didn't want to get rid of
Right. Right.
he
But what he
probably didn't
did
want to get
then,
rid of him.
But what he did then, Pete, was he conflated
Yeah, there you
an
go.
actual problem with somebody using the N-word with, oh, we can never talk to people that way again. I
Right,
mean, when it
right,
comes to
right.
not the N-word, like other things,
And
like
it could have
Yeah.
been
you're a fat ass and you need to get in the gym so we can block better.
Okay, but you know how it is though, Color. The way Kenna is explaining it, we don't know how exactly it was used. But he could have easily said, "Man, this N is soft as hell." That's what Incognito could have easily said just walking by.
I understand that.
Man,
I
Jonathan
understand that.
Martin,
I
instead of
understand that.
saying his name,
I
he would have said,
understand
"Man,
that.
this N is soft as hell." And then
I
Jonathan Martin
understand that.
going
But
back,
the
"Oh, he's
reasonings
racist,"
we were,
and it blew
but
up.
but
And there's nothing we could do.
But the method they used to cancel him was based on the bullying aspect, not
Yeah,
the N-word.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of all the
I
harassing,
never
and
even
the
knew
N-word
that
was
the
the
N-word
N
was
factor.
involved, bro.
No, I
That
knew
was
the
the
N
main.
word
That
was
was the
involved,
big.
but the main
That was
thing,
the big.
the
That's
main,
what brought it up to
the
light,
main
Color.
thing was portion was the
Mr. Paul, what
bullying.
I'm saying is I didn't find out till years later that was the actual issue.
That's
yeah.
and Color. I'm telling you right now. That's what brought it up to the light was the use of the
I feel
N-word.
like they
A
tried
lot
to.
of
I
that
feel like
other
they
stuff
tried to make
was
that. I feel like they
afterwards.
tried to make that
Translate to
the
why
problem.
does that translate to a culture of coddling our players for the rest of time? That's what I don't understand.
And Ralph Incognito probably would have been okay handling it in the locker room one-on-one. Because that's how Incognito makes me feel. Like he would have said, "Let's go, Jonathan Martin,
He
throw
said they
down."
were hazing him, bro. He
Yeah.
said they were
Martin
making
said,
him do things like sweep the floors and buy their
and
dinners
that's what
and
they
whatever
do
else.
to trash players.
And that's rookie, and that's rookie, and that's what rookies, some rookies go through. I mean, that wasn't bad hazing, making them sweep the floor and buy dinner, man. Get the fuck out of
Of
here. He is
course,
a
they
soft ass nigga.
exactly.
And like Pete said, Incognito probably said something he thought he had license to say, like this N-word with a soft A thinks he don't have to go through what all the other rookies go through.
Fact. And it could have been just like how you just worded it, Color. Just like that. Oh, this guy,
We don't
just
know
like
is
that.
what I'm saying. He could have used
I
the
know.
hard R for
But
all I
I
know.
ain't. That's what I was just about to say, Cutler. He probably could have used the hard R. Like if he used the hard R, then
But the
that
people
brings it in
outside the
different
building,
content.
Kenna, aren't differentiating. They're saying no in any form because no white guy has ever been licensed to do that.
Max Crosby in his locker room with his guys uses the N-word in front of
We
him.
had a guy come up on our panel that was interacting with not me, okay, a few weeks ago that everybody knows from Twitter that's a blatant white guy, okay, but he's from the 305 and he's in the hood and he used it just fine and not one person corrected him.
There you
See,
go.
I don't see, and that's the type of stuff I don't agree with right there, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't
That's why
sitting
I
here
have a no
saying,
tolerance for everybody policy, Kenna, because there is no, it's too divisive, period, for anybody to use. Now, if a bunch of guys are using it in their friend group in what I consider a private situation, that's not for me to. I'm not God. I'm not the arbiter of who gets to say what. But I'm
It's
not
like
going to
Kenna
sit here
said.
and take sides. I'm not going to
nope.
sit here and take sides when a conflict arises in the public square about this guy and that guy and whether he was okay to use the word or not. It's not my business anymore. I choose not to use the word. I choose not to accept anybody using it around me when
But
I
I will
can. It's
put
not
it
like
like
I can
this.
do anything about it when they do. You
I
know
will
what I
put it
mean?
like this. I will
Yeah.
put it like this. You know when you can't use it, it's a feeling. But if you ain't never had that feeling, then you don't
And
understand
that's
what I'm
why I'm
saying.
confused because I've never had that feeling, Kenna. That feeling is being
Yeah.
ascribed to me.
I have
Yeah,
to.
well, that's just being around the other.
I've had that feeling ascribed to me just for saying I don't want anybody to say it, Kenna, because then I get accused of trying to take people's culture away from them.
Well, no, I'm gonna say it like this. I used to use the word
So I
myself.
give up on it.
I
I
used to
just
use
don't.
that word myself when I used to greet friends from the past that I used to hang out with. I used to use the word myself. What's up, my nigga?
Right.
But as time went on, I started to realize that even though I'm using it that
Is this
way,
Murray Povich?
it's also inviting what's the word I'm looking for?
Right.
It's also inviting other other people to use it, and they may not use it
Right.
in the right way.
And
So
the
Right.
other thing, Ken,
to
is
make a
tonight,
long story to make a long story short, I stopped using the word period because I said
right,
it just all it does is stir up uh trouble.
right. And the
Yeah.
other thing is to address both of you because great points, valid points. And the thing of it is that you know you can't like I can't even have this conversation with you guys and express to you my viewpoint without others coming up and saying, I'm making it all about me. Here's a white man again making it all about him.
I mean,
So that's why I'm
like,
silent on it now. I just
but
don't
see,
even want to talk about it anymore.
I mean, I understand because you feel like you feel like you backed into a wall. That's exactly how we feel.
And
You
the
feel
moment I
like,
give my
but
perspective, I'm told that here's another white guy making it all about him.
yeah,
I
I
don't care.
mean,
Use whatever word everybody wants to use. It's not my business anymore.
well, it's a lot of people that is still trapped in the box, you know, and
But
for some
but you
for them people, you gonna only pray for them. I would
but
All
say
you
you do.
but you know we need to get back to football. I hate to say it. It's
tenfold.
Yeah,
best thing to get.
you're right, Mr. Volk.
We need to get back to football because
The
Tenfold.
this P
overarching
Pat.
point about bringing up Jonathan Martin was to say at the time we all assumed it was because he was being hazed and couldn't handle it, that he was
Yeah.
soft or
Yeah,
whatever
that's
the
what it was, yo. We just got
stuff
to this
was.
team. This team is just soft, and we really digging into really the nuances of what really made this team soft, to be honest. So even though it went to a different subject, it was still about the team,
And
and
let me
that's
let me ask you guys a question real quick. When all that did drop, were y'all like happy or were y'all like, damn, we lost incognito? Yeah, we should have kept incognito.
Pete, I was in
How did
Missouri.
y'all feel at the
I
I
was
time?
was in
mad.
Missouri and I
I was
hadn't
mad.
found
I ain't even
YouTube
gonna
yet.
stunt.
I was mad because I'm gonna be straight. Incognito was a good offensive mind
Yeah, he
to
was. He
me.
Hell
was.
yeah.
I ain't gonna
To
stunt.
And,
me, and he had the aggressiveness that I
Yep.
like.
yeah,
He had
The
the
aggressiveness
aggressiveness
that you
that I like.
need to play in the trenches. The aggressiveness that
Exactly.
you need to play in the trenches.
yeah, and Pete, I was
Exactly.
living in Missouri at the time before I found any Dolphin content creators on YouTube. So I was scrapping for a shred of news about my team in St. Louis. And the one time I turn on national sports news and get one shred of information about my team, it's this bully scandal, bro. So there was a whole few couple years when I was living in Missouri where I was basically like I had one question about the Miami Dolphins. And the question was, is anybody in Miami interested in playing football anymore?
Nah,
That was
nah.
my question back in the Jonathan Martin incident.
It was all about the culture that we know of today in Miami.
And then I found on the Finn side with Brian Cat and Paul. And I was like, finally, I can get like real information about what's going on in Miami. Found TD shortly after
Hey,
that. Found TD the day
Yeah.
of the Miami Miracle because his whole
Yep.
reaction went viral. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yep. I was with TD
well,
ever
hey,
since
whatever
then
happened
too.
to those guys? Fins to the left, to the left. How was
Yeah,
their little
they got
song?
up to about 6,000 subscribers and then just call it quits, dude. They just couldn't. They didn't have the energy for it and time anymore. You know, life hit them. You know. I
Yeah,
think
because
Brian Cat might
Click
have
that
still
link.
wanted to go on. I think Paul might have had some life issues that he couldn't do it anymore, and Brian didn't want to do it on his own. Like if
what
two.
about a color? What about Mike on the mic? Remember him?
Well, he's getting things in order. We should be, he should be going live for us. God,
Hey, what
any
about
week now.
what who the other dude, DTG or something like that that used to be with
Oh,
y'all
King
Cutler?
DTA.
Yeah.
He's still like around on Twitter, but he don't really involve himself in the Finns community much anymore. He's been all about Washington football out in college.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
oh, okay.
K Flex is has been going to school
Oh, I'd
lately, so
love to
that's
have
what we heard.
DTA back. We've been trying to lure him back for a year or two now, man. Like, yo, It's just that
Well,
he's
guys,
a real one. So he's the type that like the stuff that we all have to deal with on YouTube and all that. It don't land on him very well. You know what I mean? It's kind of like me, but even more extreme.
So how we looking at this
I'm not gonna
49ers
lie.
game?
I felt like I ran DTA off the internet. How you like
It
that?
wasn't
Color?
you. It wasn't you. I know
I
exactly
called
who it
when
was,
ever
but
since
it
I
wasn't
called
you.
him a flip flopper and I got him off his knockers. He
No, it had to
went
do
crazy.
with the subject we were just talking about, bro. But it didn't have to do with the N word, but it had to do with along the lines of the subject we were just talking about.
Color, you remember that stream? I
He
had
got
him
framed,
so
we'll say.
mad. I had him so mad on TFTG when I went at him and I started calling him a flip flopper. And I'm like, man. And I had DTA booking calling him a flip flopper. And he's like, no, I didn't. I went all the way back, right? And I screenshot it, posted it on Twitter, and showed him how he was lying and how he flip flopped. And since that day, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't see him. So I kind of like, I'm gonna be real, I felt bad. Like, I don't want, when I go at people, I want to debate. I don't want to go at people and make them run away. Just debate your take because you said something. Now you got me saying something based on what you said. You get what I'm saying? So now it's either you flip flop is the reason why I asked him that question to point it out and call him out, and he got mad and he said I was lying, and I went back on my page, took a screenshot, posted it on Twitter, and blasted him, and then it was like from one of those days. So I must have missed everything else, but you know how life is. One week I could be clear. The next week I'm super busy with life, just like all of you guys, man. That's why I appreciate when I see all of you guys pull up. I be like, I hope these guys ain't busy.
It happens to coincide whenever Tua has a good game. Just saying. That's what they would say, Pete. They'd be like, wait a minute. So you're saying life gets busy every time shit gets bad for Tua. All right.
Well, Color, I'm gonna be honest with you. I could have done the film review last week versus what team was that? The Jets. I could have done it. I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. It was so many screenplays, Color. I was just gonna stick myself up here for 5-6 hours and go over the same plays over and over and over again.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest.
I find
it's not fun. It ain't gonna be. I'd rather do that. To me, that's my favorite content. To be able to do the film and go. It's not fun with Tua. It ain't fun with Tua, Color.
You still should have did it, bro.
Can't blame you.
I just don't. I'm gonna be sick. I want to be able to do the film review and enjoy it. I catch myself and I listen to the stream like the other ones. I'm like, oh look, all I could do is complain.
But
and I don't want to complain.
Yeah, but we could have we could have count how many gadget plays we have to run with Tua.
But that's the thing, Kenna. We're regurgitating the same thing. We're regurgitating the same thing over and over. That's why the film wasn't fun anymore.
You get a gadget play. You get a gadget play.
Kenna, that's why I said it on the stream I had yesterday, Kenna. You be up there with the film review sometimes with me, right? Check it out. How many times have you heard? Yeah, and you pull up sometimes. How many times have you heard me on the film review say, man, we run this play over and over. Man, look at all these screens. It was going on from the beginning of the year. Now you got everybody else complaining about the screens. Why weren't they complaining it when it was happening in the beginning? It's okay when we win.
It was really like in the beginning, you really had motherfuckers. But when you can't step back and launch that motherfucker a good 60, 70 yards, ain't nobody gonna give a damn about no gadget play at the end of the day, especially the ones that know how to cover it and stay disciplined. That's all gadget plays are, just stay disciplined.
Right. Gadget plays are meant to stick your foot on the neck of your opponent when you've up by 2 scores. That's what a gadget play is for.
Yeah.
I agree.
Like, God, we can't even, they're just owning us. They can even do this if they want to. You know, that's
right. Gadget plays is really
you know, like a fake punt. That's a gadget play.
It is like, I consider gadget plays like they out there having fun with it now. You know what I'm saying?
Like a fake punt. Like a fake punt. Did any of them guys over there after they completed that fake punt, did any of them guys look like they weren't having a good time?
Man, nah, man. They look like they were stressed out running them guys.
Well, just like Ronnie Brown, Ricky Williams with the Wildcat.
Oh man, yo, it was like the importance you put on those plays is really not the importance that should be put on those plays.
Like a team ain't even a team rips out the fake punt part of their playbook until they're up by 3 scores or 2 scores, or your offense is done turn the ball over back to you. Their offense has turned the ball back over to you so many times, and they can't move on offense. That what do we have to lose here? Let's just try a fake punt.
Right. Let's just go.
McDaniel.
We need to practice it for later when we might actually need it.
Need it on God.
And that's the thing. When you see all these TV, NFL Network before the game, you hear all the experts predict the game, and they tell everybody, oh, this defense to stop the Dolphins, just don't fall for the eye candy. Don't fall for the eye.
Yeah, that's
we
what they
hear it every week. Every week we hear it.
You want to know what? You want to know what? I want to go ahead and while we talking about this and saying this, I want to go ahead and give a big ups to Mike McDaniel, because to be able to call all these goddamn screens and create them in different ways and fashions, I can just imagine what he can really do with a quarterback that can make all the throws.
Yeah, but
You see,
one more thing you gotta. But one thing you got to kind of add to that too, Ken, is this. If the plays don't work, or if
but look, check this out, Mr. Pope. Check this out, Mr. Pope. How do we know if the plays really work or not if the defense is only worried about how far your quarterback can throw it?
The walled garden. They know that they can let anything happen inside that walled garden. As long as they don't let the football come outside of that walled garden, they're fine. They're going to beat us every which way from Sunday.
Imagine if Tyreek could have caught that interception on the run.
They would never
puff pass.
They
Jersey.
would never cover us the way they have been again the rest of the game.
You feel me?
I'm with Kenna here, Mr. Finisher.
And I can tell you this: they certainly ain't going to try that fake punt if we demonstrated the ability to do that with Tyreek.
It's just like let's look like, you know what I'm saying? Like if y'all want a good translator, let's look at Steph Curry. Let's take away Steph Curry's ability to shoot. What good would he be in the NBA? Now everybody don't answer at one time now.
I was monopolizing the conversation. I was trying to give a chance to the other guy.
Kenna, I'm with you. I don't think I'm. Look, check this out, Kenna, because you brought this point up earlier when you said Tyler Huntley's name. Remember, we signed Tyler Huntley. I was one of the guys sitting here saying the only quarterback that makes sense that we should sign after Skyler got hurt was Mike White. He knows the scheme. He knows the system. Let's just sign him off Buffalo, plug and play, and let's just go. McDaniel went the opposite way. That made all the beat reporters question him. And what did he have to answer? He brought up, this is what he said when he was asked, why'd you bring in Huntley when he's a different quarterback? He brought up, oh, when I was with the Redskins, I had RG3, me and Kyle Shanahan. We had to bring up a different playbook because he wasn't our style quarterback. We didn't see that style playbook when we had Huntley. That's what kind of made me think, why are we still running this timing offense with Huntley and he's been here 2 weeks? Bro, he's been here a week and we're still running this difficult.
How else can they demonstrate that only Tua can run it?
There you go.
And this is what I'm saying, Cullen. Thank you for pointing that out because I was going to swim around it to get to that point. I think McDaniel was afraid to unleash Tyler Huntley and make him to work. Because this is all I'm trying to say, Cullen. If you use Tyler Huntley to his abilities of what he does, we would have saw Huntley running the ball more. We would have saw more RPOs where he could have kept it. And we didn't see him look nothing like RG3. I can go ahead the RG3 film. We didn't play that offense kind of.
And this is the problem I pointed out earlier, Pete. If this was all either for propagandistic reasons or to install new stuff while QB1 ain't here, so we can focus on fundamentals or whatever your reasoning is. He literally bought into the fact he bought his own propaganda by thinking that when Tua got back, it was going to be all okay because we're going to go on a 9-0 run anyway.
Billy, Billy, it's not about
that's the part that takes me back off the fence with McDaniel, Kenna, because I like McDaniel too. I'd like to know, but
yeah, like I like
doing things like that don't instill any confidence in me, bro. You know what I mean?
Nah, I mean it don't. But you know what I'm saying? Think about it. If you still gonna have your job, what difference does what difference does it make how somebody on the outside look at you?
Oh well, if you're saying that he's known that he was going to be protected this whole time, then yeah, I mean, coach, be a coach. You know what I mean? Throw the season away for coaching fundamentals, sure. You know,
like, I feel like he's kind of taking that approach that Chris Grier has been taking. Go ahead and get in your good graces with Ross. And maybe you can outlast Chris Grier and really run the team how you.
Well, here's the problem with the Tyler Huntley. I'm trying to respond to Billy real quick. I'm sorry, guys. He says Tyler had no time to study this playbook. You know what I have a problem with? It should have never been him studying this playbook. That's just the reality. Tyler Huntley was supposed to come in here and tell coach, these are the plays I'm good at. Let's get these guys around me to run these plays. That's the playbook. Because Tyler Huntley has his own playbook.
And the other thing is, Mike McDaniel shows signs of two-dimensional thinking. So in other words, when we brought Tyler in, all of us the whole week were saying, man, design stuff to have this guy roll out and use his legs and whatever else, right?
Exactly.
But that stuff was supposed to happen naturally. Baltimore Ravens didn't scheme up ways for Tyler Huntley to run the ball. They just ran a particular offense that gave him that flexibility. Okay. So when we were talking about all week, we need to find a way to get Tyler and use his legs. You saw that game. We had a designed Ryan Tannehill style RPO run implemented for Tyler Huntley that went for like 2 yards. That was Mike McDaniel's answer to all of us saying we need to utilize Tyler's skill set. See how two-dimensional that thinking that is?
Yeah, you're right. And this is another point iDog is pointing out. That is true. Tyler Huntley was throwing it to the Jonnu Smith. They were mad that Cheetah wasn't getting the ball. They were complaining about that.
And you know what else I noticed, Pete? Speaking of velocity and arm strength, towards the last couple quarters that Huntley played, did you notice him starting to get in a groove?
Yeah, he was zipping the ball.
You know why? You know why though? He realized, and I could almost see it in the way he was throwing, because he started standing there lazily and just dishing the ball out. He realized that this whole system that he's playing in was designed for Tua and Tua's arm strength. So in other words, it's like an adult getting on a tricycle and not knowing that there's training wheels on it and trying to do all kinds of things. And once you realize there's training wheels on the bicycle, I've got to dial myself back and ride this thing like it's got training wheels.
Basically, in a way, say, let me not do too much. I don't have to do
or
too
let
much.
me take some off of my passes. Let me see what's going on as the play develops so I can slide the ball in those spots.
Yeah. That's crazy.
That's why I've consistently said having these other quarterbacks in the quarterback room with Tua.
What he realized was how simple it actually is. He was thinking it was more complicated.
So what you saying, Cutler, that is, like I pointed out earlier, that if we was to even keep Tua, he would be a hindrance to a fresh talent just because of the offense we run. Is probably going to cause the fresh talent,
because nobody sees Tyler Huntley as a quote unquote fresh talent. Nobody's marching for him.
Right.
And they know that. Look at Skyler. He's trash. Everybody knows it now. And there's no going back.
No. You see, Color, that's another fallacy lie.
But that's my point. That's what I'm saying, Pete. That's what I'm saying.
This is what happened to me on Twitter. They literally today I had to argue in the AFC East space. I literally had to. They said, "Oh, Pete, you're the guy that likes Skyler. He was trash. Y'all didn't even win a game with that guy. He was gone when Tua got out for 4 weeks." This is what other people have in their mind, Color, even outside fans. They think Skyler played all those games we lost.
Yep.
They think Skyler played like a full game and he got to. Bro, Skyler only played one half.
Pete, I saw somebody bashing. I saw somebody bashing McDaniel today, saying that he didn't win a game with the backup quarterbacks.
And that's another lie.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like,
unless the NFL took our win against the Patriots away, I didn't get that news.
Oh, I guess the Patriots win doesn't count because in their mind, it's just that
right.
It's unbelievable. I actually like Tyler Huntley more than I like Tua, and you won't even believe me when I tell you that, but I do.
No, I like Tyler Huntley too because I think he is similar to Lamar Jackson, but you got to utilize his talents.
No, where we failed them, where we failed, Color just
in other words, Mr. Pope,
we failed really Tyler Huntley. Tyler Huntley didn't fail us. We failed him.
Tyler Huntley got a strong enough arm to drop back and throw the deep ball. He got a strong enough arm. He just had to get the nuances right with Tyreek because he's fast. I mean, anybody would have.
Right, and we've got a 5-year quarterback that can't pull the trigger, and we're worried about a guy 9 days in the building patting the ball. Of course he's patting the ball. Give him a second.
And then also, too, wide receivers are more, are geared towards Tua type, his skill set. So they have to make adjustments also to a Tyler Huntley or to a Skylar Thompson. So that's another thing.
I seem to remember a genius head coach saying that exact same thing after we lost.
That all the players, you said it on your live,
all the players when they go 95% for Tua, they need to go 98% for the backup. That's literally what Mike McDaniel said after we lost.
Color, I think you said it too. And I think me and you said it. You know that, Color? When I was on your show, when Tua went down, didn't we say they're going to make it look so bad that we're going to miss Tua?
We were calling it in real time.
And that's just what happened.
We called that out, bro. And that's I just remembered that.
It's too easy it's too easy for them to come back to that and say, "Oh, that's delusional, conspiratorial nonsense," which it is. But
it kind of is true. How come it fell right in our lap? How come it fell right in our lap? And how come we could use it?
I know, Pete. I'm with you, bro. But just because something seems conspiratorial doesn't mean it can't be true.
Facts. And that's exactly what I think.
Has anybody ever seen, what was that movie with Mel Gibson? With the guy that thought he was a paranoid schizophrenic and he was paranoid always paranoid about the government and all this other stuff. Turns out something was actually happening to him. You know what I mean? I forget the name of the damn movie. It was really good. But what the movie's point is that just because somebody's paranoid doesn't mean they're wrong for being paranoid.
Yeah.
You might call him crazy. He might, this guy's always paranoid for something's going to happen.
In other words, what they're paranoid about might actually be true. Just because they're paranoid doesn't mean they're wrong.
Right. Exactly. And it makes sense, right, Color? Bro, them not switching the offense and forcing Tyler to run this timing offense, it almost confirms that they were scared. This is what they were scared of. They were scared of switching the style of offense, having Tyler Huntley go like on a 3-game win streak versus those scrub teams. Teams, right?
And have a quarterback controversy.
And have quarterback controversry because the moment we would have went back to Tua and saw 30 screen passes per game, we would have been saying,
everybody would have been like, what the fuck,
Tyler. And that would have got Tua out of here, and that would have made everybody look bad.
Right. And to kind of confirm that, look what happened when Tua came back. They trashed Tyler. See, Tyler ain't nothing but
Jermaine. Yes, Jermaine. Yes.
They trashed Tyler.
McDaniel was throwing those games. Yes.
When Tua came back, Mr. Puck, all we saw was 50 screens. And all we heard was, look at the completion percentage. Tua is back.
Yep.
I mean, if you already know
They're
this
shoving it down our
organization,
throat.
yeah, this organization is already known for wanting a head coach to tank games. So why wouldn't you think that they wouldn't tell Mike McDaniel to sacrifice games
Or
to
that
make
he
Tua
wouldn't
look
just
better?
do it knowing that he could do that. You know what I mean?
Like that, you know what I'm like?
And the thing that hurts me is
Besides
that
the fact that
Tyler,
everybody bought it. So why wouldn't he try to do something like that?
Right, like
and
everybody
the,
bought it, so I'm gonna go ahead and let it rock.
and the thing that hurts me or makes me mad is that when we did bring Tyler Huntley in, and I said, okay, we bring a Florida boy back home. I said, okay, so we gonna make some changes to his skill set, and and
That's
and and, and no, go ahead, Pete.
That's another thing they're doing to us, Mr. Polk. They're playing us like that because every time they've been giving us Florida boys to feel good. Teddy
Yep.
Bridgewater,
Mike
Jacoby
White,
Brissett,
Jacoby
Mike
Brissett.
White.
There
They've
you
been
go.
flooding us with nothing but Florida boys
Hey,
as
and
the backup.
all up and down the East Coast too. Brissett was not from the 305. He was from Palm Beach Gardens.
West Palm, Florida boy.
Mhm.
Damn, so they trying to show y'all that y'all don't really like Florida boys.
Yeah. Tyler is from Broward County.
Oh man, the shit that motherfuckers play on you to pull you, boy. I'm trying to tell
Yeah.
you.
They suck us in. They suck us in. Oh, we got a
Meanwhile,
Florida boy.
meanwhile, we go to Kansas City in a snow game and minus temperatures, and we don't play the guy that grew up in Missouri.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's
Alec
right. About that.
Wingle, yep.
Bro, Skylar Thompson, you know how Kenna,
Yeah.
you actually like, I don't know, I'm not talking about if you played ball like in school or
That's an
professionally or
expensive
anything,
Florida boy.
but you've gone out to your backyard and played backyard football in winter, right? In December when the weather is gorgeous to do that down here, right? Like football slate is over for the day. You're with your buddies. Y'all are anywhere from 12 to 15 years old.
We used to put socks on our hands to go out there and play.
Well, either case, though, you went out there and the weather was beautiful, right? And you're tossing around the ball, and it was like clockwork in November and December in football season that all your buddies, when after the games were over, you'd all end up out there in the neighborhood, bored and playing a catch game, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, and we all grew up doing that all across the country. That's why we love football so much, right? Following me so far?
I'm with you.
When Skylar was doing that, he was doing it in 4 feet of snow.
In the cold. In the motherfucking cold.
But
So you
nobody
know that
thought it
motherfucker
would be a
cold.
good idea to see what we got with the guy from Palmyra, Missouri, when we have a problem putting up more than 7 points in a snow game. Especially when that guy from Palmyra, Missouri, led our team, defense included, to 31 points against Buffalo in a playoff game in Buffalo.
That he did.
And that's trash. That's what they call trash. They can say he's trash now. They can say he regressed. But they were calling him trash when they were saying that Waddle didn't drop no footballs.
Yep.
They were calling him trash when they were predicting a 42-7 loss in that playoff game.
Yep.
That's another guy. That's another guy. Skylar Thompson, they made him regress. They didn't progress him. They didn't develop him. They didn't take what he does best and say, hey, let's run a pro-style offense for you, Skylar.
Bro,
they plugged him right in this Tua crap.
Jermaine thinks that, or I'm sorry, Billy says that it thinks it makes a difference that Huntley was supported by the tuaneers.
Yeah,
I think that, what did they have to lose supporting Huntley? They knew that Tua wasn't going nowhere.
And also, too, don't forget
Teddy Bridgewater. They know the fix. They know what McDaniel's going to do to protect their guy. What do they have to worry about supporting Huntley? It'll just make it look even more conspiratorial.
And look what we did with Teddy Bridgewater, even though he was toward the end.
By the way, that movie was literally called Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson.
I think I saw that movie Color, but I'm not too I don't remember movies like that. But I think I did see that movie.
I
Sounds
didn't even see
familiar.
the whole thing. I just knew what it was about.
Well,
Yeah,
talking about these conspiracy theories, I think these aren't conspiracies. I think what we just had, these latest 10 minutes, I think we were spot on. I think
yeah.
it's more, I think it hurts the Dolphins by plugging in a quarterback that will be able to do good and make Tua look bad. It'll hurt that organization more. So they just kept it.
Yeah,
They
It's
you know
no
what they said?
different. It's no different than them ignoring the blatantly obvious fact that yeah, the Jets quit in the fourth quarter of that game. They think
don't
I don't
say
know
that,
what a
Cutler.
quitting team looks like.
Don't say that, Cutler.
Nah, I don't think
Bro,
the
You
Jets
gonna you
quit.
bro,
gonna hurt a lot of people's
bro,
feelings.
Hall of Fame quarterback, right? Hall of Fame Super Bowl champion quarterback. When he needs to get the ball, drive the ball down and run out more time, scrambles around like Lamar Jackson just to take a sack. Really?
Well, that's why he didn't throw it, Color. You got to think about that situation. He was
Throw it out of
smart enough.
bounds.
No, if he would have threw it out of bounds, time would have stopped. He didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Fair point. Fair point. But
So he was smart to he knew he wanted to take that sack. He didn't want to take that sack, but it's better to take a sack than throw an incompletion when you're trying to milk the clock.
right,
I'm gonna
and
the reason we won that game.
their top three defense that's been stymieing us all day, all of a sudden can take 2 screen yards up the gut for 15 yards apiece.
And get helped by a penalty though, Color.
Well,
And in reality, we won that game. You know why we won that game? I'm gonna give it a Tua for once. He finally had his best clutch throw ever. That man threw a pass from like the 15 or the 20-yard line that traveled into the end zone, Color. Finally.
Yeah, finally until that same ball got picked by the Jets and taken to the house last year, bro. Do you not remember?
Yeah, and you know what? I said I attributed that win to Tua. He deserves it. But at the end of the day, I think it was Kendall Fuller. Kendall Fuller would have never, if Kendall Fuller doesn't push Devontae Adams out of bounds.
Remember the pass before that, a couple plays before that, when Tua threw to the outside to Tyreek, and Durham Smythe was right in line, and it looked like he was throwing the ball to Durham Smythe, but it blew right past him to Tyreek. You remember that play?
What year? What game?
The Jets game.
No, I don't remember that play.
You don't remember that play? He threw an out route to Tyreek for a critical first down. And if you look at the play, he throws the ball, and because Durham Smythe is right in the same path as Tyreek, at first it fooled the cameraman almost into thinking that the ball was going to Durham Smythe. But the ball traveled past Smythe outside the Tyreek. The problem with that pass, even though it was gorgeous and looked great and it was a critical first down, is that the guy that was covering Smythe took that to the house 2 years ago against the Jets. That was a terrible decision to throw that ball out to Tyreek. We're lucky that Sauce Gardner wasn't in the game.
Actually, we converted a fourth down to Jonnu Smith versus the Texans, and the perfect throw would have been to Tyreek Hill. He was wide open on fourth down, and Tua held on to the ball and made that fourth down completion a little bit harder by throwing it to Jonnu. We still got the first, but Tyreek was open right at the first, super quick. Tua missed him. We would have never got that first.
Yeah.
Tua would have missed Tyreek Hill right there for a first down, wide open. How do you miss Tyreek Hill? But this is the problem I have, Kenna. That's our guy. That's who you want to go to in those situations, Kenna. It's Tyreek Hill. The Texans didn't seem to care to leave him open there on fourth down. They didn't key him out, Kenna.
You got to remember, Tua's starting to feel himself a little bit. So sometimes he's going to try to ignore Tyreek.
I don't know how to feel about that take right there, Kenna.
Well, I mean, he been showing it. He started it with the market is the market. That's when he started showing his true colors.
Yeah, starting to feel himself.
Nah, he's fake, bro. You know what type of person Tua rubs me as? someone that can dish. Like he's you know what, you know how I feel Tua is, Kenna, as a person. If I were to rank on him, he'll be upset, go off, and say, "Oh, don't talk to me that way." But he's perfectly fine ranking on me. I won't be able to tell him, "Don't rank on me." Why are you making fun of me? Why are you making fun of my shoes? You see what I'm saying? Like if you rank on Tua, he'll get personal and all jumpy. But Tua will be the type of person, he can make fun of you, he can rank on you, and that's okay. That's how I feel he is. He's a fraud, bro. We're dealing with a fraud. I've been telling y'all that. Everything, his aura to me is fake.
Pete, can you bring my screen up real quick?
What screen?
There should be a show. Isn't? Yeah, there you go. Okay, so this is the play I'm talking about. This was about 4 plays before the game-winning touchdown. Okay, check this out. See if you remember the play now. Remember the play now?
I'm looking at it.
Right. Well, look what happens here. Watch him. Look at Smythe and look at Tyreek and look at Tua. Where do you think at first when you're watching the broadcast, you're like, oh, not Smythe. Look, there's Smythe right there. Look, the ball looks like he's throwing it right to Smythe.
Yeah,
but in actuality, he was trying for a more big boy throw. Now look what happens. See this guy right here? 2 seasons ago, that guy was pointing at me in the end zone because he's sitting in the end zone with the football. And look, you could even see him take the play off. Look, bro. Watch the defender. Oh, what am I doing? Dude, any other defender jumps that route and takes it to the house, dude.
Play the other angle color. Because from this angle, it looks like it's way off of Smythe. You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but
nowhere near fight.
I only use that to indicate. I'm not trying to say he should have thrown to Smythe. I was trying to use that as a remembrance indicator of the play. You know what I mean? Like, but look, it's like it was thrown behind Smythe. You're right. I was just trying to see if you remember the play by using that as a reference point.
Gotcha.
But that's his pick 6, dude, 2 years ago. I was sitting in the end zone in the stands when the defender took the ball and almost jumped up and handed it to me. But yeah, I do want to see the Madden view on this anyway.
It'll play next if you leave it.
Yep. Oh no, because I got the sideline view on. Hold on a second.
Oh, you're on that site.
Yeah. I usually do it because it puts them in a list. The plays in a list, Pete.
Fred, you back?
Yeah, Pete, I'm back.
How you feel about Fred coming back, Mr. Park?
I'm all right with that. I'm glad. I'm this one of my first times up here with in the panel with Kenna. So this is it's a pleasure to be up here with him also.
You've heard Kenna before on my panel. You rock with Kenna, right?
What's that now?
I said you've heard Kenna on the panel before. You rock with Kenna, or he has some bad takes.
Kenna?
Yeah.
And look how it even floats out there, Pete. Look how it even floats out there, bro, from this angle.
I rock with you, Kenna.
No, Kenna has a knowledge.
Fucking with me.
Yeah, I was say because Kenna has a good knowledge of football the way he's talking. And he's a young guy, so I applaud that. Just like you are, Pete. You're a young guy, with good knowledge of football too. I can learn. My thing is, that's why I go to different platforms. Because like I said, I can learn the game more, learn about our team more, whether you're young or you're OG like myself.
Gotcha.
Oh man, Pete's takes are ridiculous.
And that's why you're a smart man, Mr. Park, and you're gonna continue to be a wise man and continue to be smart.
Pete.
I'm serious. What's up, Fred?
Nah, Pete. You got some horrible takes, bro. What you talking about, man?
So Pete, look at the throw from this angle now. Look at the throw from this angle, bro. Look how it floats out there like a duck, dude. I'm really surprised this wasn't picked, man. Well, I'm not surprised because I know their defense quit. But
and you know what's sad about it? I'm a point.
Man, it took like 3 days to get out there, bro.
And I want you to pay attention to something else that I'm gonna point out. This is how I'm gonna tell you something. You see where Tua's standing? He's at the closest hash to the outside.
Right.
He's not even in the middle of the field. When we use Tua to throw to the sideline, I want y'all to pay attention to this. It's always because he's always closest to that side off the hash. Look where he's at on the hash. He's not on the middle.
Can see that on the spray chart, Pete. You can see all the green dots on the short side of the field.
Yeah, but does it show where he was standing and throwing?
Well, no, but
exactly. That's what I'm trying to point out. One thing I noticed about Tua, when he does throw to the sideline, he's always at that farthest hash. He's always at the hash closest to that outside.
That could have been picked, bro. That could have been picked, man.
That's what I brought it up for.
That's what Color been saying.
Yeah, that's what he's been saying.
Okay. Right.
And I'm not just saying it could have been picked. I'm saying 2 seasons ago it was picked and taken to the house.
Hey, Color, check this out, bro. How about Sunday it was picked? Because it was the same pass meant to go to the outside, but thrown too far in, and there's your interception.
Yeah, it wasn't too far in, bro. It was behind him.
Too far in, bro. He threw that ball too far to the inside, man. He meant to throw that out.
He threw it behind him, bro. His timing was off there.
Look at the message. And I hope this guy's watching. I got a message, right? Check this out.
I know Stingley looks like a Pro Bowler now, bro.
Hey, I got a comment. Check this out. Listen to this comment that I got that I just read right now. It said, "What would you do that would change Miami Dolphins' long history of failure? Anybody over the last 24 years can say, 'I told you so,' they would fail. You're not some football guru, Pete. You're just a miserable fan with no real fan solutions."
What's the question, bro?
I guess the question is, what would you do that would change Miami Dolphins?
I wouldn't have gave Stephen Ross the organization. That's what I wouldn't have did.
The same thing I would have done last season. The same thing I would have done the season before that. I would have got another quarterback.
Thank you, Color.
Yeah.
But they think it's all. But you don't know football.
If that guy didn't pass my eye test, I'd get another one.
On there.
Move on to the next one. If that guy didn't work, move on to the next one.
Exactly.
If that guy didn't work,
it's only us holding on to copper and we think it's gold.
Okay, so let me ask this question then. What are y'all looking for in this 49ers game?
We're not mathematically eliminated, so I'm looking for a win.
I mean, I get that part, but I'm talking about like we both have damn near the same scheme.
Low scoring game.
Hey, you know what I'm looking for?
Imagine the Super Bowl from last year. 2 West Coast offenses hitting each other. They both didn't clear 20 points till like the fourth quarter.
So we're looking at Tua to show up big again.
Oh, Kenny, let me tell you what I'm looking for, bro. You know what I'm looking for, Kenny? Like with me, bro, like, you know, the 49ers were considered they were considered a playoff team, man, you know, and probably
that's a different below 500 team though.
But yeah, I know, but however, you know, they struggling. You know, they below 500. But bro, to me, I think they're still a strong team for a team like us. So I want to see, like, really want to see how we handle the 49ers, man. I mean, they're supposed to be so bad, but let's see how bad they are again when we play them, bro. You know what I mean? That's what I'm looking at, bro.
We are known for beating up on weak teams with, you know, below 500, and that's why I was asking, because this is a different below 500 team.
True that, true.
I mean, Kenna, if you look at the overall season that the Texans have had, they're not really that team that everybody thinks that they are, bro. We just lost to a bad team, bro.
Why did Skylar Thompson get one pass attempt the last time he
feel-
played
I
the
feel
They can be
49ers?
considered a good team because they're above 500, but they are just as bad as we are, bro.
I feel that because they did not. Their offense did not do nothing.
Well, all you got to do is look at both of their averages in points on defense and offense. They score 23 a game. They give up 22 and a half. That is literally what we do.
True that.
So we're kind of
That's
mirror
literally
image
like
of them.
we're at 25 with Tua in the game. Well, now lower because we only scored 12 points last week, but we're at like 24 now per game on offense and 22 and a half on defense. Exactly the same thing as the Texans. We should have won the game 25-23. They are just as bad as we are. I don't care what their record says.
Because of us, they set off Brock Purdy. It was because of us Brock Purdy became
Have
somebody in
Jacksonville and
49ers.
Tennessee on their schedule twice. That's 4 wins right there, and they didn't even get all 4 of them.
The last time Tua played the 49ers, he went 18 for 33, 295 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions.
I really hate they don't take no deep shots no more, yo. Like just yeah, I mean like that's what's like even if you don't hit on them sometimes, yo, the fact that you will attempt will make a defense back the fuck up. Like I don't get it, yo. Like even if Tua do throw that motherfucker out of bounds and behind him, like the fact that he threw it, they'll probably hold on, back up, they'll do that shit. Like
At
you
least
know,
Carol can
I don't know why
at
people
least
try to make shit rocket science when this shit is just common fucking sense sometimes.
I know, bro. I guarantee you, Kenna, the first thing they did after the game ended, probably before it ended, which is why they didn't see the rest of the game and don't know what they're talking about, is because they went right to every one of those interceptions, analyzing them up and down, frame by frame, to be able to find a way to take the blame off of Tua. Oh, Tyreek got 2 hands on the ball. Freeze that. Oh,
Yeah.
this is, McDaniel said Tyreek Hill was behind the linebacker instead of in front of him in the wrong place. Oh, boom. That's interception number 2. Oh, we'll give him 1 interception because everybody has a bad snap. You know what I mean? And then the fumble is because he got murdered by a bad offensive line. They got it all covered, Kenna. Every bit they covered, dude. I don't know how you do that. And they tell us that we're using mental gymnastics.
We're the delusional ones, Color.
Spin the wheel like on the wheel of fortune.
I just ran through 2 plays, showed you all, paused, broke them down, and everything. That's not mental gymnastics.
Now,
mental gymnastics is what I just said. Oh, Tyreek Hill had both hands on the ball. Oh, Tyreek Hill was in the wrong place. Oh, the offensive line got Tua murdered. I mean, it's like, oh, look at that play by Liam Eichenberg where Tua got murdered. Oh, you mean the one with the illegal hands to the face?
Yeah. Like I mean, now I will say this.
Shit.
There's a reason. There's a reason why Jermaine had to put LOL at the end. You guys noticed that, right?
What you about to say, Ken?
Right, but see, the second part is why he's saying LOL.
Exactly.
He got it taken from him. No, Jermaine.
LOL.
The defender's hand touched the ball first, bro. Tyreek actually was playing defender there.
And I wonder if Jermaine even cares that Tyreek Hill is playing his butt off, needing wrist surgery right now.
Yeah. Might not be able to, squeeze the ball as hard.
Right. And like I said, and I will, and to me, I will stand on this because I am a competitor and I have played. I would have been hot at Tyreek for, damn, bro, you had both hands on it. You had that.
As a wide receiver, Ken, I've said that to people. That's why they hold me to it. Who do you think gave him the idea to use
I'm not going to lie to you, Kenna. I'm not going to lie to you, Kenna, because I play receiver too. You would have never had the opportunity to come up to me as a quarterback and complain that I didn't slap that ball out. Because as soon as you would have said anything, I would have screamed at you and said, "Damn, man, why you didn't throw that ball in front of me?"
Respect,
That would have been the first words that came out of my promise.
You
If
feel
you would
me?
have been walking up to me, I
Right.
would have been looking at your eyes, Kenna, and I would
Right,
have been
Pete.
walking up
Right,
to you
Pete.
saying,
Right,
"Damn,
Pete. And
why
what
you
happened
throw
on
that
the
out there?"
second interception at the same range? Tyreek Hill said, "I ain't playing defender this time," and it was a clean interception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Should I pull that play up now too?
Oh,
You know, with the
pull it
new
up
one.
if it has a clean pocket.
You know, with
Pull
the
it up
new
if it
one.
has a clean pocket.
I mean,
You know, the
and
one
I
where he
mean,
had
and-
Waddle streaking up the other sideline 1-on-1 with it 2 steps on the guy. That one, you know. Oh, I
and
got
the
it.
only reason why I say that is because the competitor.
Looks like we're
in
going
me-
with an impromptu session here, Pete, because I got to pull
Yeah.
this play up, dude.
Cause I mean, it's just when you got a team full of competitors, yo, they gonna hold each other accountable and they gonna want to be better and do better. And when you got somebody that don't have that same type of energy, drive, and will, it's gonna turn out what we getting right now.
I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you what.
Tua
Tua said at the podium, he was like, "Look, he put this game on him. You know, all these mistakes were all his." I'll tell you what. You know what? He did stand up for that because all the mistakes.
You know what?
All
To
the
be
mistakes.
honest,
I
Fred,
ain't, no,
I'm
I
gonna put
ain't
it like
buying.
this. I'm gonna
You're
put it
doing
like
it again,
this.
Fred.
How
Sorry.
long has Tua been a quarterback, bro?
What you say,
5 years.
How long had no. Let's
His
nip this
entire
in the
life.
bud.
His
There we
entire,
go. There we
like,
go.
it's
So
the
when
moment
you
he was
play a
able to pick the ball up.
when you play quarterback, you know that you got to take most of the blame from the jump. And Tua did not come in the league with that mindset, yo. Like that already lets me know that he has really been through no turmoil early in his career, so he can be where he need to be right now. Like,
Oh, well, yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Kenna.
you know what I'm
I see
saying?
where you're
Like
going.
this, like I mean, I can see if he was, like I don't know, bro. Like
He's
just
telling the
playing over
truth.
here,
That's what he's doing, bro.
just playing over here in the States and backyard football, yo. I mean, I'm gonna put it to you like this.
Even Tua told him.
Didn't Tua say USC Trojans was his favorite college?
Yeah. No,
Like,
I don't know.
I mean, I think he said that when we went out there on the West Coast and we had the 2 games on the West Coast and he stayed out there and he was like it was kind of cool to go up to the USC Trojan because that was his favorite college, and I'm thinking like if that was your favorite college, bro, how did you end up in Alabama? You know what I'm
Good
saying?
question.
Like if you good enough to go to Alabama, I'm sure you was good enough to get in USC.
Maybe USC ain't one of them.
Like that's the whole point, bro. Like come
Maybe
on,
they
man.
ain't
Like
one of them. Maybe they ain't one of them, bro.
like when
So-
you let a clown talk, the clown will eventually pull the mask down.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Pete, bring my screen up if you could.
I got you.
And I think that was the time we had Hard Knocks on that year.
Oh my
Check
goodness.
this out. Look, first of all, look at the pocket. He doesn't even, dude. He immediately throws without the pocket even getting near him.
Yeah.
And he could step up.
I mean,
Look at that hole to step up.
Yeah, he could step up.
I just
Yeah.
stepped up. He could have stepped up a
Yeah.
man.
Oh my
No, he could
God.
have stepped up and put more
man.
power on that throw.
oh,
It
yeah,
would've
that
been
was
picked.
the
It
play.
would've
I
been
wasn't
picked.
even. Oh, that was the play.
It
That
would have
was
been
the one I
picked.
was
Go
after.
back to it. Because even if he stepped up and put more power on it, he had somebody over the top.
AP, didn't
There's
Tua
a hole
say?
there, Kenna. You got to line
Hey,
drive that thing.
Pete, didn't Tua himself say that he underthrown this ball, bro? Didn't
Look,
I hear that?
he's already rearing back to throw, and nothing has
See?
even. He hasn't even let anything develop.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
see, look at the safety. That safety's not getting
Right.
over there if
And
that
here's
ball
the
has
problem.
Right,
power.
but if he would have
And here-
stepped up,
wait a minute,
it
though.
would have gave that safety time to go
Oh,
over
wait
there.
a minute here. Hold on a second. This guy right here is crashing down already because he's throwing the ball. If he pump fakes this, he's got Durham Smythe wide open on this post.
That's another thing, Color. You know how many times I've said that Tua don't pump fake?
What down is that?
This
Not
first
only
down.
that, Not only that, but here's the thing. This isn't the worst decision in the world. Look, Tyreek Hill is wide open here.
This is open.
This is Tyreek Hill we're talking about.
Yeah,
He's
that's
gone.
open, Color. Yeah,
He's
exactly.
gone. Right.
But he has to step up in the pocket to make it.
Look at his form. He's standing
That's what
straight up.
No follow through.
Hold on. And trying to
actually
arm
kinda
the
like
ball.
lean
Look. He's trying to arm the ball there. Look at this.
Yep.
Yeah,
You're not that guy, Tua.
bro. You gotta step into that, bro. Come on, Tua.
And you know what? And you know what makes that play even worse? That was
Hey,
not
man,
fourth down.
what did John Beck teach you, bro? What did you learn from John Beck? You know what I'm saying?
That was first down, Color. He gave up on first down.
I like that, Fred. That was a good point, Fred. That was a good one, Fred. I like that one.
Had to have taught you to step in the throws, man. Come on, bro. They teach you that in high school.
Oh, and this is funny too. This is funny too. They call this interception pass. They call this short right. Oh, I guess it is kind of short right.
Sure, right.
It looked further out when I was watching the game for some reason. But watch this.
Yeah, you know what? Told you, Kenny, that ball thrown too far inside.
Tyreek's like, I ain't trying to defend that one.
Behind him, bro. That was behind him.
Look.
But look, I want y'all to look at River Craycraft.
Watch what I'm saying. Tyreek Hill is like, you threw me under the bus on the last one. I ain't defending this one. Watch. He just falls away and lets it happen. F it. Whatever. You know?
Yeah, that's behind him, Fred. Because if he would have threw it in front of him,
it would have been out of bounds.
Here's the problem. Now, here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen.
Point it out, Color. Point it out, Color. Where's that white boy at?
Oh, look, he just swimmed over him. So he's about to be wide open.
Color. Hey, Color, leave that there.
Look at Craycraft. Look at Craycraft. Look at the meat.
The ball still hasn't even been thrown yet. And look at Smythe.
Hey, Color, leave that there, Color.
That's Craycraft.
Leave that there.
That's Craycraft.
Or Craycraft. Now, what I'm saying is, look at his head. It never even looked that way. This was a designed pass to an out to Tyreek Hill.
Oh,
look at this guy right here. Look at this guy right here. All Tua has to do is slide right here, and he's got Durham Smythe for the touchdown. And you know how I know he can do that? You know how I know he can do that? Because that's exactly what happened when he threw a bomb to Jalen Waddle against the Raiders or somebody. And it's exactly what happened when he threw the touchdown to Jonnu Smith against the Rams. So there you go. I know he can do it.
Put it in slow motion real quick, Color, and play it again.
Go slow motion, Color, and look at A-Chain coming across the field from the bottom, bro. Look at A-Chain coming across the field, late down the bottom, bro.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Look.
Hold on. I forgot that we had this.
0.5. Yep.
Look at A-Chain down here coming across the middle, late. He's going to actually get across there, and when Tua throws that interception, A-Chain's going to throw his hand up like, man, what the fuck are you doing? I'm right here.
Watch to his head, though. He never even looks that way.
He probably complained about Craycraft not getting the ball thrown his way. That's what A-Chain probably
Look,
said.
He never even looked anywhere else, bro.
Oh, yeah. I see.
Watch A-Chain's hand. Did you see A-Chain's hand?
Yeah.
Did you see it, Mr. Paul?
And he actually did that before it was even intercepted, Fred.
Right, but here again, you guys are missing a huge point here.
Watch A-Chain, bro. He's going to be like, bro.
Point here. Watch to his head the whole play.
Okay.
Oh, we know that.
The whole play. Look, never even went anywhere else. Now, as a defender, you're like, is this guy for real?
Yeah, he's open down there. He's open up there.
Look at Craycraft.
No. Carlos talking about the direction that Tua is looking.
I know he's not even looking at him. He's not looking at him, bro. He's not looking at anybody else, bro. Nobody else.
Yeah. I mean, even if Tyreek catches it there, look at the defender coming up behind him to blast him. Watch.
Yeah.
Watch. Let's say Tyreek catches it
Yeah.
right there. He catches it. Look at this guy.
Okay.
Bearing down. You know, Tyreek Hill's about to get lit up.
Trash.
Put color, just show Craycraft so Fred doesn't miss how open Craycraft is.
Oh, here you
That
go.
should have been a side. That should have been a toe tap. That should have been a
Look at-
toe tap catch for Tyreek.
That should have been a touchdown.
Open, bro.
Right there, bro.
Well, yeah,
That's
that's
touchdown right there.
That's yeah.
And look at the safety.
Bro,
You
he
know
could
why-
even with
you know why the
the
safety-
he could even with
you know why the
the
safety-
touchdown,
You
bro.
know why the safety gets to play 11 on 9 right now? Because he's looking at Tua's eyes.
Yep.
He's looking
Yeah.
into his head the whole play. He
Right,
already is
right,
crashing down
And
here
look where his
because he
body's
knows
going.
Tua never looked anywhere else.
Exactly. Okay.
And look at Craycraft. Why doesn't Craycraft have a touchdown? This man sucks.
Because that's your quarter. Because that's your quarterback, Pete.
Well, I
A few more games.
CCRR's
Fred, you know
idea
what? I
earlier.
apologize, Fred. I actually, I think I figured it out. I do want Tua to finish the season. So it could
Yeah,
be
so
everybody can see it.
bro.
Let's get back
Shout
to
out.
what
Where
we-
Cap for Life at? Cap for
real
Life
quick,
had
let's
worded it
return-
perfect.
Real quick, Pete, let's
So we can
return
see it,
to
Pete.
Kenna's question about how can we determine whether if any of this is on McDaniel or not,
Yeah.
other than the choice of going with Tua. If you want to hold him responsible for that, fine.
That's
But
another good point you
What is
brought up, Color.
McDaniel supposed to do there? Go down on the field and do it for him?
Thank
Right.
you,
Yeah.
Color. Did Chris Grier tell him to throw that interception and not throw it to Craycraft?
I'm pretty sure. McDaniel and Grier brought Craycraft in to actually attempt to catch passes.
Or
Unless
maybe-
everybody's a decoy. Unless everybody on the team is a decoy except Tyreek Hill and Tua.
Pete, so you see why you don't sit him down, bro?
Now I
You
see
gotta
why.
watch. You gotta look at. You gotta watch for more of
He
this
is a
shit, bro.
decoy, but
Yeah,
those
you're
two
right.
guys.
You spot
And
on.
why are we spending zillions of dollars on everybody else? Why don't we just go get 51 other trash players if they're all decoys anyway?
There you go.
Exactly. Decoys, all decoys, bro.
Real for real.
That's why you keep playing his ass, Pete. So the more that you expose him, you don't hide this shit no more. You don't keep hiding this shit, bro. Keep
Well,
keep
look,
hiding
fellas,
it.
I'm about to
bro.
get up out of here. I got an early morning to pull off. I appreciate
right,
y'all for letting me up in here, and I'll get at y'all tomorrow.
All right,
Yeah.
Kevin.
Appreciate your time, man. You have an easy night, boss.
Yep.
Take it easy.
You see what I'm
do we
saying,
know,
Pete?
Pete? We're cherry picking. When you do this, this is called cherry picking a play.
That's what I'm saying,
No,
Pete. You
really,
can't-
we've been
you
doing
can't-
that all year, and that's all we've been complaining about.
Right,
up
but what
here.
they fail to realize is that's grammatically incorrect. If we were cherry picking, we'd be showing cherries.
You can't sit him down the rest of the season and hide this shit, Pete. That's what
You
they
can't.
doing already. Hiding this shit, bro.
The sad thing about it is Tua only has 7 touchdown passes to wide receivers, and in reality, it should be 6 because
Hey, I
one
like
was tipped
CCR's
to Tyreek.
idea. I like CCRR's idea. Put Tua in the slot and let Huntley throw him some hospital ball.
Wow.
You see, that's the problem I have. You know, iDog, he says, isn't Tua making $50 million to carry the team and not turn the ball over in a game? We need to win to save the season. I think he said that with the 49er question.
Actually,
but
I see where iDog's coming from, and I'm not trying to disagree with him inherently. But I would say, no, he wasn't paid $50 million to do that. He was paid $50 million to find River Craycraft on that play for a touchdown.
Facts, Color. Yeah. And this is the problem I have with the message he has right here. Because the latest problem I'm noticing is exactly what iDog is saying. It feels like the only way we can win with Tua is if he doesn't turn the ball over. And I'm so tired of that. We lost the Buffalo game. He turned the ball over. We lost this Texans game. He turned the ball over. I see quarterbacks turn the ball over all the time. and they still find a way to win the game. But it feels like if we throw an interception, that's it. We lost. If we turn the ball over, we lost. Why does it have
Hey,
to
you
be
know
so
another reason
clean?
I know the Texans aren't a good team, Pete? Because Tua's thrown for 80% completion percentage against all the good teams.
Say that again?
I said the reason I know the Texans aren't a good team is because Tua has his highest completion percentages against good teams. And his completion percentage wasn't high this week.
That's because the game, like I've been telling you,
I know the Texans aren't actually a good team.
No, the Texans do have a good team and a good defense.
It was
I got you. But I got you, Color. I know. But this is what I'm trying to say. Versus those other teams that his stats were good, those good teams, we were blown out. So it was easy for Tua to just pick apart that drop back defense. He was able to get all the yak and go down and get the stats and yardage. Versus the Texans, the game was to the wire. I know we were down 2 scores, but it was still close.
An 88% completion rate against Buffalo would be precisely why we didn't score enough points to beat them. We didn't take enough chances.
That's what I'm saying. Doesn't it feel like the closer we get to the goal line, the more plays it feels like McDaniel? Like we're right there by the goal line. We're 20 yards away,
right?
And
you
now
literally
McDaniel
can
wants to
fart the ball
plays.
into the end zone. Right? You can literally fart the ball into the end zone if you're a halfway competent offense in this league.
Exactly, but he wants to travel it down inch by inch by inch by. Like,
how many times have you seen Lamar Jackson walk into the end zone, bro? It's not because of his skill set. It's because their play call so fooled that defense that he's got the entire weak side of the field to walk into the end zone on.
It's unbelievable with this offense, and it actually. How do they accept this?
All this.
Why are we even divided? Color, why are we even divided as a fan base?
It's sycophancy, bro. It's pure sycophancy.
But this is crazy because wait a minute now. All this, oh my goodness. I'm trying to put the right words in my mouth. What I'm starting to see is that is Coach McDaniel's holding to his hand because he cannot develop on his own as a quarterback?
Say that one more time,
Mr. Polk, to answer that question, I will actually I don't know if it was on your show the other day, Pete. I want to think it was that somebody
That's
was
what
up
you got John Beck for, bro.
Somebody was either in a space or up on a panel actually saying this was a tuaneer or a Tua apologist at the very least was saying that the reason he didn't throw this or there was because Mike McDaniel told him not to or something to that effect. And I'm thinking, did they just admit that Mike McDaniel tells him what to do? Weren't they arguing that Mike McDaniel doesn't do that? That Flores didn't have to do that? For all these years, weren't they arguing that that's not what's going on? And then they go and turn around and say, well, Tua didn't throw over to that guy or he didn't throw into the end zone on 4th and goal because McDaniel told him not to do that, not to take those chances. Or McDaniel told him, hey, hit Tyreek on this next play. But we were told he wasn't doing that.
Yeah, but
in other words, when I say the ball to Tyreek should have never been thrown, they're now saying McDaniel told him to. You can't make this shit up, bro.
Wow.
After we spent 3 seasons arguing with them that's what was going on.
We share a word, Color. What's up, Mr. Park? What you were gonna say?
No, what I'm saying, because I'm starting to see something that I haven't been seeing. Is all this because Tua cannot take the horse the horse by the reins that McDaniel has to hold his hand?
Well,
that's what's been going on from the. I mean, Mr. you should have known that what was going to happen the moment we saw him FaceTime him.
Mr. Polk, you're a father, right?
No, I don't have no kids.
Never, me neither. So so no shade, but I just kind of assume everybody
Oh
is.
no,
It's
it's no
not
problem.
me, you know what I mean? but you understand fatherhood at the very least. You're wise,
Right,
you know what I mean?
right, right.
I
Color,
forgot
you
what
still there?
Yeah, I just lost my
Oh.
train of thought.
No, I think I know you trying to say, color. Your father, as a
Color,
father, is
fatherhood is
a
hitting
father.
you hard.
A father is going to raise his son or develop his son to a certain point where the son can do when the son reaches a certain age, he
Oh, you got me. You got my memory back for me. Thank you. You stirred it back. What if the son makes a mistake and the father tries to correct him, and the father stops correcting him because every time he tries to correct him and tell him he made a mistake, the kid flips out and gets depressed and wants to off himself. Do you stop correcting him because of that?
okay.
So, in other words, McDaniel, maybe this is what they call coachability. I don't know, but I can't imagine myself going up to Tua and telling him, yo, this and that and the other needs to be corrected. Because the guy can't handle that.
Well, you got a point, Color, because what's going on when Mike McDaniel came out of his own mouth and said, it's an extension of him. Remember when Mike McDaniel said what Tua's doing is an extension of Mike McDaniel?
Pete, I just used the word again 2 days ago. Mike McDaniel, Tua is Mike McDaniel's avatar. I've said it 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel is our quarterback. Period.
Exactly. Remember, and remember someone got mad because Tua had, I forgot, it was last year, Color, on your panel, and Tua had a good game, and they got mad because I said, Tua didn't have a good game. That was Mike McDaniel.
Right.
But my thing is this: if Tua is Matt McDaniel's avatar, what I'm trying to say, do you think Tua can uh oh my god can be the quarterback that he wants to be without Matt McDaniel's really holding his hand?
No, hell no. Hell
No.
no. Let me tell you
there's
something.
no
Let me tell you. No,
Tua is
Mr. Paul.
uncoachable, Mr. Paul. He's uncoachable.
Mr. Paul, you got Mike McDaniel. You got Mike McDaniel working with him. There's a quarterbacks coach in Miami, believe it or not. There is a quarterbacks coach. And then you were in off season with Josh Beck, who was also a former quarterback. Also a former quarterback, bro. So you see, we got three. We had three, guys, three minds where they have some, input on what a quarterback should be, what a quarterback should even know at times. You know what I'm saying? So this is a big deal, bro. This is, you know what I'm saying? This is really a big deal.
Right. See the purpose of me asking this question, because y'all proving my point that, like I said, Tua is not to me, and I don't care what nobody else think. He's just a good backup quarterback to me. That's how I see him right now. That's how I see him right now. That's why I brought all that up, because I wanted to hear what y'all had to say. But to me, that's what he is right now. I'm not saying Tua is trash. No, I'm not saying that. I think Tua is just a backup quarterback at the best now.
Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Park. You're right. You're not saying he's trash, but you are calling him a backup quarterback. Now, listen to me when I tell you this. If not even a first round, if a top 10 draft pick cannot start at his position, you're trash, bro. You're trash. Regardless of the position.
Or you're Josh Rosen.
Regardless of the position, Mr. Park, if you are a top 10 pick, remember, top 10, these are the top 10 college athletes coming out of college. These are the already gifted guys that are ready to go pro and play pro. This is why they're the best. They're not the 250th pick, 180th player coming out of college. There's a reason why you're top 8, top 10. You're ready to go pro. You're pro ready.
If you cannot start on your team as a top 8 draft pick, you're not that guy. You're not that good. They messed up on you. They really did. When a quarterback is selected number 1 overall, they throw that guy in the fire most of the time. When has a number 1 overall draft pick, and I don't know, I could be wrong, but has a number 1 overall draft pick a quarterback ever sat a whole season and learned from the other guy? Have y'all ever heard that? I've never seen it. That's never happened.
Mr. Park, you're a real nice man. I consider you, and when I hear you, I hear a very nice man. So I'll say it for you. Tua's trash. You know.
Yeah.
Let me say it for you, Mr. Park. Tua's trash, bro.
And to be honest with you, Mr. Park, to even put him in as a backup quarterback, let's say, I'm going to give you an example. Let's say he was the backup quarterback to the Minnesota Vikings right now. Let's just give that example. Tua is the backup quarterback to the Vikings, Mr. Park. And Sam Darnold goes down. He still has elite weapons. Have you seen Sam Darnold, how he's been throwing downfield? It feels like, bro, Sam Darnold, when Sam Darnold throws deep, it's rarely incomplete, Mr. Paul.
Pete, all you got to do is remind folks that Sam Darnold put 34 points on the team we just lost to.
Yeah.
But Color, what I'm saying is Sam Darnold's deep ball, I don't know how to look up those stats. Look up those stats if you know how to. Because his deep ball, what I've seen, it's rarely incomplete. Everything that guy has been throwing deep, it's been getting caught. If Tua were to go in, Sam Darnold gets hurt, Tua goes into that Minnesota Vikings offense as a backup, they have to switch that whole offense. Now you got Justin Jefferson having to catch screens and short passes. You got Addison having to catch all this. He's getting these. So it's not. It's like, in what situation, in what realm? He might be a backup quarterback in San Francisco, but he's not a backup quarterback in this league on every team.
You're right.
You get what I'm saying?
Right. You just proved exactly. You just proved your point. That was a good illustration.
It's really
bro,
not hard.
Bro,
I want my backup quarterback, Mr. Park, that can do what the starter does.
Atlanta benched Kirk Cousins. You know what the headline says on the article, bro, on ESPN?
Oh, yeah, they're going wild with that Michael.
You know what it says?
What?
It says, can Michael Penix Jr. lead a Falcons playoff push?
Oh, man, come on,
That's what they're selling to Atlanta?
Come on, man.
They're putting that pressure on the rookie like that, Color, and not forcing that upon the $50 million Kirk Cousins?
Well, I mean, maybe there's a reason they're comfortable. Maybe there's a reason they're comfortable doing that.
I mean, I get it. They see more. They know more. Maybe Kirk Cousins is a little too banged up. He's been taking some big shots. But let's be honest here. If anybody needs that pressure.
They're not just – the Falcons are not just playing for a wild card spot, dude.
The division title could possibly still be on the line.
The Falcons are one game behind the Buccaneers for their division.
Exactly.
And they're starting a rookie and just bench Kirk Cousins, dude. And they feel comfortable doing that.
Damn, what did I say on my live stream yesterday, on yesterday's live stream? I just said it yesterday on the live stream. Kirk Cousins might be our next quarterback next season.
Oh, don't do that, bro.
What I want to remind everybody, and I'm not going to name names because plenty of people said it. It was told to us, and we don't know yet because these people could still be right. We get a chance to find out this week. Okay. But we were told that Michael Penix Jr. would have been doing the same thing as drafting Tua again. That's what we were told.
I heard that.
That would have been a sideways move.
Yeah, I heard that. That.
Yeah, they didn't
remember
like
that this week when you're watching the Falcons play.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna keep an eye on that
because that is the narrative that he was that drafting him was like drafting Tua again.
Yeah, you know what?
Look, Color. I'm gonna ask you, my bad friend.
I ain't let nobody get away with. No, I remember everything. It might take me a while.
Don't let nobody get away with nothing, man. Don't let nobody get away with nothing.
I have zero short-term memory, but once it gets locked into long-term after a few days, I don't remember. I don't forget nothing.
I remember that saying, but I don't know who said it. You know,
No, I heard the same thing.
I wouldn't even care who said it, but I have heard it.
Oh, that was Ike Clanton in Tombstone when they whopped him upside the head, escorted him out the bar, and he's like, told him, "I'll forget nothing."
Look, fellas, when Color had that play up with that interception on the right side and Craycraft was open,
Mudbone had his eyes closed apparently.
Yeah. Look, that's what I'm saying. You would still have someone like. Does the film not matter? This man is saying Craycraft was never open, bro.
Mudbone literally stuck his head in the dirt like an ostrich while we were playing that play, dude.
Like an ostrich. Long neck. He dug it up deep, right? Mudbone. Hey, Mudbone put his neck all the way to that dirt, became mud.
He put his crucifix up against. He put his crucifix up against his screen. It was like, "You shall not pass."
I can't believe this man is sitting at, like, I'm shocked. He's sitting here saying Craycraft was never open.
Wow.
There was this is what he typed. And you can't mistype that.
You gotta love
Mudbone
Mudbone standing on 10 toes, though, bro. You gotta love the way Mudbone just puts it out there like that. I sure did. Look at him.
Look how he wrote short. Look how he wrote short. I sure did. Like, I sure did. There's mud all over that.
See, that's the kind of guy you can respect, even though he's trolling you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, because we're talking about him, but we're not really.
Mudbone craps on my takes all the time, but for some reason, I don't get aggravated by him.
Yeah. Some people know how to do it, Color, without being personal about it. And those are the type of people that you would enjoy the most to debate with. You know what I'm saying? That's the best.
I don't enjoy debating with Mudbone because I feel like if I just call him an idiot, then I'll offend him. And I don't think the guy deserves to be offended. You know what I mean?
Well, we could use another word. He's a buffoon. Nah, I'm just kidding. Mudbone. I mean, I don't drink, but I'd probably have a beer with Mudbone. He probably wouldn't have one with me, but, you know, whatever. He'll try to put your neck down that.
I mean, he still comes around. It's not like, I mean, I think he might even be a supporter. He might be a member of TFTG, if I remember correctly. So, I mean, it's not like the guy don't, you know.
True talk. Oh, what are you doing, bro?
That's you wouldn't want Kirk Cousins over here, Fred?
Nah, I'm tired. Nah, man, I'm tired of former quarterbacks, bro. I gotta go with what you want to do with the organization. Believe it or not, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, Fred. If we get Kirk Cousins, I'm getting gold grills again.
One more thing, guys. How can you hate a guy named Mudbone, bro? That's like the coolest name on the internet, dude.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, man, first Mudbone I met, man, was on a Richard Pryor album.
That's right, Mudbone. You remember Mudbone?
Why you said that, man? You know, I was about to say that.
Yeah. Back in hard times, the sun didn't even shine, except on Wednesdays. We used to walk outside and rub it all over ourselves. That is great, man. Fucking Mudbone. Fucking Richard Pryor, man.
Richard Pryor. Good.
Hey, Pete, no, I don't want no Kirk Cousins, bro. I want what's eventually going to be happening, bro. I want, that college quarterback to be groomed, bro, from the knee up, bro, and get rid of all these high price old dudes, man, and get younger again. I don't want a Kirk Cousins, bro. Come on, man.
No, the only reason why I wouldn't want Kirk Cousins because we still got Tua here. So why bring him over here?
Right, they're just ruining Kirk even more than he just ruined himself.
Well, here's the thing, Mr. Paul. I'm not talking about bringing Kirk Cousins over here to be Tua's backup. When I say I want a quarterback over here, it's because I'm already done with Tua. You might be able to hear this on other panels, Mr. Paul, and they'll tell you it's safe. Tua's going to be our quarterback. Look at the contract. I don't care about none of that. Daniel Jones was supposed to be safe. Why didn't he finish the season as a Giant? They could cut you and send you shipping at any given moment. That's the reality and the cold hard truth about the NFL.
Yep, that's the part that everybody thinks they have a bead on. Oh no,
yeah,
they wouldn't just do anything like that. We're stuck with him. We just paid him. Give me a break.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in a situation where I'm completely mentally torn. And I know people are looking at the title like, what the hell has hit Pete?
In case y'all didn't notice, there's a team with a bigger dead cap on their record right now than we would have if we got rid of Tua. And that team, with a fresh rookie in his rookie year, is about to make the playoffs.
Denver Broncos.
He has a chance, but have you seen the remaining schedule of the Broncos?
Hold on. That team, we just put 70 points on 9 months ago.
Yep.
The Broncos.
And now we're going to be watching that team and their rookie quarterback and their $100 zillion dead cap from our couch.
Well, I don't know, Color, because check this out. Have you seen the Broncos' last 3 games? I think they play the Chargers next.
Fine.
After the Chargers, they play the Chiefs and then Bengals.
Out of the Colts, the Chargers, and the Broncos, they have they
win too.
70% chance of making it, and the other guys only have a 20.
I say they go 2-1. I say they go 2-1 in the 3 games.
I'm gonna tell you how I feel, Color. I think the Bengals are gonna take that last spot, Color.
Did you know? That according to which one was it that did the latest percentages that I saw today? I think it might have been CBS. Did you realize they have the Chargers with a lower probability of winning the Super Bowl or making the Super Bowl than us?
Wow.
Who's that?
I forget. I think it was CBS. But we're like 0.3% chance to make the Super Bowl. The Chargers are like 0.2.
Wow.
We actually have a better probability of making the Super Bowl than the Chargers. Yet, they have a higher probability of making the playoffs than we do. So what that's saying is, if all things being equal, these two teams were to make the playoffs, we would have a better shot in the playoff stretch than the Chargers, is what that's saying. I mean, so minimal a difference, it really ain't any different. My point is, why would they have less probability than us? They don't need help to make the playoffs. They just got to win.
Ain't that where that analytic shit comes in?
Good grief, man.
So either case, Denver, now you got the veteran coach and the good quarterback in LA. But you got a trash team with the Colts. I think the Denver Broncos make the playoffs, dude. I think it's almost a shoo-in.
I think so too.
You think so?
Yeah.
They got a veteran head coach too. And a rookie that can throw 45 yards on a rope. What else do you need?
And don't forget about his legs. That dude Bo Nix can move.
So the dead cap, by the way, everybody, in case we forgot, was caused by them immediately moving off of Russell Wilson after just paying him a huge contract. Ooh. Right? And Russell Wilson, we will also be watching from the couch play in the playoffs.
Yeah, they already clinched it. That's crazy.
I mean,
and that's another team that I think is going to lose out.
Oh, hey, Pete, we'll be watching Justin Fields from the couch, bro.
I'm going to tell you right now, that's not crazy of you to say, Fred. You know why? I could be wrong, but I have the Steelers losing out. They're going to go 10-7, in my opinion, based on their record.
Oh, my God.
And if that happens, if they go 4 games losing straight and fall into the play, because they already got a playoff berth, they fall 4-game losing streak into the playoffs, I think you just give up Russell Wilson and try to win a Super Bowl with Justin Fields, bro.
Joe,
I'm being honest.
Joe, I think I catch your drift, Joe. It ain't going to work. It ain't gonna work. I done consumed all of my supply of cannabis in the last 2 days, and it ain't made me forgot about the season yet. So I don't think it's gonna work for you, Joe. You can try. Let me know how it goes.
We still have a possibility of making the playoffs.
Joe said he's going to Amsterdam to eat something that might help him forget about the season. I'm like, I don't know. I smoked my whole supply the last couple of days, and it ain't helped me forget.
All right, so let's do this. Who's gonna win tomorrow on next game? Broncos or Chargers? Who y'all got winning that game?
I got the Broncos winning that.
Mr. Paul, Broncos or Chargers?
Broncos.
How about you, Fred?
Well, Pete, let's not make a decision first. Let's let the odds makers decide who's favored. Pick everybody that's favored.
Well, I'm thinking the Chargers are going to be favored at home.
Okay.
The Chiefs and Texans. I'm gonna put the Texans because
you could, but it wouldn't affect us anyway. They're locked into the 4th seed no matter what happens to them.
And exactly. And I was just gonna say I'm only putting the Texans just because Mahomes. Who knows? He might miss that game. The Steelers and Ravens. I'm picking the Ravens. This is only AFC. It don't matter about the Jets.
I think the Ravens too.
All right. Browns and Bengals. Bengals, right? Titans at Colts. Colts. Patriots at Bills.
Wait a minute. Titans, Colts. I think the Titans have beaten the Colts already this year.
You know, the Colts are at home. They're coming from a loss. I think they'll be able to do this.
Hey, hold. Tell me something, man. I think they sat Will Levis down, bro. So who are they going with now?
Mason Rudolph.
Oh, the former Pittsburgh Steelers backup quarterback.
Against the Colts.
Let's get the favorites done. Then we can argue about who might pull out a win.
Okay. Well, I like Mason Rudolph and the Titans over the Colts.
Yeah, Buffalo beats the Patriots. Jags beat the Raiders.
And you want to put the Dolphins?
We have
to win.
We have to win for what we're doing to even make sense. So yeah. And then you got Bengals. You got that one done. Who else you got?
It don't matter. We're gonna pick the Rams here.
LA beats.
I got all the AFC already.
Okay.
All right. That's week 17.
Yeah.
This is us going to the Super Bowl.
You got Chiefs
at
Steelers. We'll go with the Chiefs. They'll probably be favored.
Ravens
will be favored over the Texans, I'm sure. Chargers over the Patriots.
Bengals over Broncos.
And this is what I told you all last week. If we didn't win against the Texans, then we would be, the reason it's over is because we would be faced with the Patriots having to beat the Chargers. Ain't happening. Okay, anyway, go ahead, Pete. Finish up.
Bengals over the Broncos, right, fellas?
Who would be favored? I think the Broncos would be favored in that one.
The Bengals at home?
The Bengals have 8 losses, Pete.
I say Bengals.
They're still an 8-loss team, dude.
But the way they're playing, I don't think.
Well, let's see what it is. They probably already have the line out. Let's see what it is, dude.
Titans at Jags. We're going with Mac Jones played pretty good last week. He almost beat the Jets, Mac Jones.
I can see the Jags beating the Titans.
Tua almost beat the Jets. So he did, but I'm still saying almost.
Colts at Giants. Colts.
And that was the other one. The Giants would have to beat the Colts.
Boom. Wow. And now we're going to beat the Browns. Now check this out. We're still in the hunt. We're at 8-8 going into last game of the week of the season. Can we pull this off? Let's see what happens here. Colts at Titans, Texans at Titans. They win. Bills beat the Patriots.
Well, based on odds alone, we're not going to do it because we need the Colts and the Chargers to lose.
This is what's we need. We're probably going to need the Bengals to lose.
Steelers beat the Bengals there in Pittsburgh. Come on, man.
Hold on, we're going to play that one later. All right, so Chiefs are going to beat the Broncos because they're fighting with the Bills. They're already done caught up.
And you got the Jags beating the Colts.
The Chargers. Damn, Chargers beat the Raiders.
I mean, divisional matchup, they could beat the Colts. It's Jags and Colts. You know,
the Colts are already done, right? The Colts are out of it.
No, if the Colts keep winning, they're not out of it.
We'll find out right now. If I have to go back, we'll see. Boom, boom, boom. None of this is AFC. So now let's go. Where's our name at?
Well,
Tua in the
right.
cold.
Before you finish, Pete, what it
Oh.
boils down to. Look, hold on.
Look who hit number 7.
Hold on a second. Bengals, Steelers. You didn't do Bengals, Steelers.
Oh my God! Don't tell me this. If Steelers win, we're in. But if Bengals win, we're out. I bet is that. Oh.
Now, wait a minute, though. You have the Jags beating the Colts at home.
Where? Oh, yeah, I did.
Boom, we're done.
What?
Yeah.
The reason being is because the Colts' only real chance to lose happened last week with the Chargers. The Colts have the Patriot or the Giants or somebody, the Jags. You know what I mean? Their last tough opponent just played them.
Damn. This is a divisional game.
Now, if you want to,
we're gonna be begging for Mac Jones.
If you want to put on our Florida hat and root for our brothers up in Duval, maybe we can make this happen.
Hold on. Week 17, who did the Colts play? Oh, they're beating.
You know the game, Color. You know the game.
You know what, Fred?
Titans could beat the Colts and do it, bro.
Come through.
Titans could beat the Colts.
That's what I said. I like Mason Rudolph and the Titans over the
really quick. Let me verbalize it for you, Pete, because I already got it. I already got the verbalization in my head for it. Okay, either one of two things gets us in. If the Broncos win every game, or I'm sorry, if the Broncos lose every game and the Colts and the Chargers lose at least one, or if the Broncos win out, then if that doesn't happen, then we would need all three of them to lose 2. And the Colts ain't losing 2.
No.
Not unless you think they can they're going to lose to the Giants, or that the Patriots are going to beat who do they got? The Chargers.
I don't know. Danny DeVito looked pretty good last week.
Nah, you know who looked pretty good last week? It was Tim Boyle. Tim Boyle's gonna end the Colts.
DeVito got hurt. It was Tim Boyle.
Hey, Fred, Tim Boyle came in the second half and threw for more yards than Tua did the whole game.
For all of this to even matter,
190 yards?
For all of this to even matter, we have to beat Kyle Shanahan, a Browns team in the snow, and a Jets team.
That might be snow too.
That just beat somebody, so they're not looking to tank and lose.
And we beat the Jets. They're going to look to repay us back in a nasty fashion
in their house, home. Which could also be cold. Severely.
And maybe snow.
So, hey, I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah,
I'm starting to feel like we're about to make the playoffs, Color. I'm going to be real with you. I think the scenario we just ran through is really
good. Playing, Pete, because me as a fan, you know how I roll, Pete, and how I've promised how I roll since y'all have known me. I cannot talk beyond that until we're mathematically eliminated. In other words, I can talk about, we need to get rid of Tua, we need to get rid of this, that, or the other, Grier, whoever. But when it comes to arguing with somebody about whether we can make the playoffs or not, I can't stop because we are still mathematically in it.
And what was the percentage that you
said? There's a mountain of football left to be played. Every one of these other teams, I'm knock on wood. This is not meant to be morbid or anything. But every one of those other teams have to make it to the stadium for us to be eliminated.
Damn.
That's all I'm saying. And there is too much football left to be played for us to be like, nope, it's done. We're over. Technically. Because anything can happen.
I think we're done.
Every one of these star quarterbacks could get hurt next week.
I agree with that.
We have to be ready to step through the door.
I think we're done.
Well, if you, and again, because we proved once again that we can't beat a team like the Texans, now we can actually say it won't mean anything if we do make the playoffs.
Yeah, because Lawrence
if we would have beat the Texans, we could go into the playoffs saying, well, we beat two really good teams this year. I think we'd have a shot of winning a playoff game. But losing the way we did to the Texans is like, nope, same old story. Well, who cares if we get in?
I don't think we're getting an invitation this year, fellas.
I think, you know what I'm starting to think, Color? I think our percentages of making the playoffs is actually higher
than it was last week.
Indicating. No,
I think it was higher than it was. I think they have us at like 23%. We were like 15 or last week.
Yeah, I don't think they're right on that number because I think we have a
well.
Really
that's because people are mixing analytics houses. There's ESPN's analytics department, and what they have as our percentage. Then there's CBS. Then there's Pro Football Network, and then they're all using different metrics to spit out a percentage.
Oh, the analytics again. Oh man, that making me dizzy, bro.
4 seasons straight has been sticking to ESPN, not because I trust them more or less, but because I'm using the same one, so I know where we're at, as opposed to last year's percentages. You know what I mean? Because I'm using the same site.
Hey Fred, I'm with you because I was about to say they're going that word again.
Ralph is right. I think ESPN has it at 6% or something.
Look, of course, it's higher. It feels like it's higher than 6%.
Well, I'm going to look right now. Projections. Here we go. Miami Dolphins.
We make it in again.
We are projected for we're projected for an 8-9 record. We have a wait. What?
Well, if we're projected, yeah, they have us. That means they have us. That means they have us losing to the 49ers.
Wait a minute. But they also have playoff percentage, 88.1.
That's you see what I'm saying, Color? That's the type of that 3%, that 6%, shout out to Ralph. I don't feel like it's that low based on what we just did right here. And if we going through the games that we could all go through them all over
I'm not so sure ESPN has updated this site, dude, this particular page, bro. There's no way we're 88% to make the playoffs right now.
Look at what all we have to do, Color. All we have to do is beat the 49ers and it feels like we're in.
Pete, you said we're 81% chance to make the playoff, bro.
They have the Chargers, bro. They have the Chargers. Where are the Chargers? They have the Chargers at 0%, eliminated.
The Chargers are the 5th seed.
They haven't finished updating this thing yet, dude, or something, bro.
I just ran through this. Look, the Chargers ended up as the 5th seed, Steelers the 6th, and we ended up as the 7th. If we lose this 49ers game, the Bengals take our spot. It's not even the Colts anymore.
Burn that chart, bro.
Yo, I think somebody in the DEI department got a hold of this analytics site, dude. They got the Jaguars with a 1.1% chance of making the playoffs. They're already eliminated, I think.
Yeah, that site is
bro.
over.
What is the DEI, bro? What is the DEI?
I don't want to get into that discussion right now, Fred.
I don't blame you, Color.
Let's just say 2 + 2 = 4, and it always will.
All right. Okay.
But you got to be spot on with this guess right here, though, Fred. Hopefully the football gods heard you. And Mason Rudolph beats the Colts. If Mason Rudolph beats the Colts,
yeah, I think he will.
And that's this week. If Mason Rudolph beats the Colts, I'm telling y'all right now, and we beat the 49ers, because this game is at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, if the Titans beat the Colts and somehow, some way, that heat gets to the 49ers and we find a way to beat Brock Purdy and the 49ers, I think we're making it to the playoffs.
Wow.
It's really coming down to week 16, to those two games. Titans and Colts, 49ers and Dolphins.
Right, because the Colts are not going to lose to the Giants.
No.
The other one is, you know what, Pete?
And the Colts are not going to lose. They might lose to the Jags, though.
Pete, clear the whole thing again, though. Clear the whole thing again. Because one thing you didn't consider was the other avenue. Chargers lose to the Broncos this week.
That's not happening. That's not happening.
Well, hold on. This is our easier. This is the easier path, actually.
I mean, the Chargers will lose to the Broncos. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. The point I'm trying to make is this is the actual easier path.
Ooh.
You're gonna have the Patriots beat the Bills. You're a dick.
That's why I said it don't matter.
It doesn't matter. Let's have fun, right?
Hey, Pete, Michael K down in chat room, so I don't think he's gonna like that.
Michael K knows I threw that shot at him on purpose.
No, but I mean that's week 17. How do we know they don't rest?
Exactly.
If the Patriots lose another game, the Bills will have a rest game.
It was the Broncos that have to lose, right? So the Bengals right here. Michael K, y'all losing to the Jets too. How you like that?
What I think this sets up, Pete, is an AFC or maybe a showdown between, I believe.
Ooh.
I want to say it might end up being in week 18. It's going to be a showdown between
Denver and Chiefs.
Yeah, right there. Because
that puts them at 10-7, Color. Where did I go wrong at?
Because we have the tiebreaker on the Bengals.
Oh, the Chargers.
On the Broncos.
I picked the Chargers by accident.
Yeah, I know. Right. We want the Chargers to lose. We're going with the Chargers losing slate.
Okay.
Because it's actually an easier path for us to make it.
Okay. So the Chargers are going to beat.
No, don't have them lose. No, that's not where they lose.
Okay.
That might be where they lose.
Okay. Boom. Where they at?
They're playing the Raiders.
Raiders. Bengals.
On the third from the there you go.
Oh, there they go. Right here. Wow. Aiden O'Connell.
But watch what happens. Watch what happens though, Pete.
If the Chargers
Chiefs
lose?
wait. Do the Chiefs first. If the Chiefs beat the Broncos, look what happens.
Chiefs beat the Broncos.
Oh, okay. I thought it would move them down to the 7th seed. Oh, wait. Have them beat the Raiders. Look, boom. That's how we get the 7th, even if the Chargers win out. Because if they lose to the Broncos, and then they end up, and then the Broncos lose to the Chiefs, the Chargers end up still overtaking the Broncos for the 6th seed, and now we are contending with moving out the Broncos. So continue.
No, because these teams got 10 wins. We can't get to 10.
Watch. Oh, you're saying the Broncos got 10 already. Go back to week 7. Go back to week 7. Oh, week 17. Where is it? Yeah, right there. Bengals beat Broncos. Go back to 16.
Broncos beat Chargers. We need the Broncos to beat the Chargers.
Okay, switch it there.
That's what we need. We need the Chargers to beat the Broncos,
and then
that's it.
Right, and then everybody else. Right, and then the Broncos lose to the Chiefs.
And the Broncos lose to the Bengals.
Right, and the Chiefs. Right. See what I'm saying? We need the Broncos to lose 3 times.
And that's what I said.
To lose once.
But we need to beat the 49ers, okay?
I think you're spot on. I like this. This is the more foreseeable.
It could be done, Fred.
This is the more foreseeable.
I forgot about the Colts, Pete, because that's how they do it. If the Chargers lose, like we just tried to do, the Colts have to lose 1 game.
Oh yeah, look, I never picked the Colts. The Colts take our spot if they win out. They beat Giants. They beat Jags,
Tua
and they beat
Tua
Titans.
against Purdy. I can't wait to see that, Mr.
So we
Paul.
still need
Tua
we
against
still need the
Purdy.
Colts to lose
Right.
one.
But the fortunate is both of those are they have 2 division games, and we know how the AFC South is with each other.
Yep. And Anthony Richardson is just inaccurate, bro. That
Since
guy
we playing
can't
the
complete a
40,
pass for
since
nothing.
we playing the 49ers, ain't that teacher against student?
The Tua Purdy Bowl. Tua Purdy Bowl.
Well, I
So
hope
what about
McDaniel heard my
teacher
words.
against the student?
I hope McDaniel heard my words and took a little offense to what LaFleur and Shanahan have been perpetrating on him the past few weeks.
Right,
So
that's
if
why I
we're-
said against teacher.
So
Hey,
if we
Pete,
sneak into the playoffs,
then we have to. Who's the first people? Who's the first team we'll meet?
they're right in front of us. Michael
The
K is
Buffalo
hoping. You know,
Bills.
Michael K wishes we make the playoffs.
What's the matter, bro?
'Cause
What's
he
the
can already
matter?
start thinking about who he's going to play in the divisional round.
Oh, can you imagine? Like if we didn't even, bro, that would be hilarious, dude.
That would be
Michael K
crazy.
would want it, Pete, because he knows that anything can happen, and he could never, ever live that down, dude. You know what I mean? So
You
nah,
know how
he would.
you know how bad we will send Buffalo fans downhill? Imagine we end up with the 7th
And
seed,
knocking them out of the playoffs.
and
Oh,
the
my
year
God.
that Josh Allen is winning the MVP,
Oh, that'd be
we
hilarious.
knock them out in the wild card, bro.
That's something to root for too.
Wow.
Like, come
I
on,
can't
kid,
believe
do
man.
it,
Come
bro.
on.
You know what I mean? Just do
Imagine
it,
we're
bro.
the ones that knock the Bills out.
I can't believe this,
That is
man.
definitely something to get behind Tua for right there, Pete. Come on, kid. Just get it
No,
done, man.
but the thing, but the thing with
Yeah,
that
there-
color is that we're gonna lose Michael K and Red, White, and Bills. We're gonna lose
No, they
them
wouldn't.
on our.
They won't be back for 6 months, man.
We're gonna lose them on our platform. They're gonna bail out.
I'm not gonna lie. That's the kind of thing. It's like I'm being dead serious, Pete. Like that's the kind of thing that really makes me want to root for Tua like that. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I know he can't, but goddamn, if he did, that'd be so fucking funny, bro. I would root for that to happen. You know what I mean?
Man, I would love to see that happen.
McDermott be fired.
Even if I
Yeah,
even if
for
just to
sure,
do
Fred.
that, even if just to do that and then get destroyed by the Ravens, I would call that a successful season.
Right.
We
You know
running
what?
it back.
If we
Cutter,
limped
if he
into-
wins
if
that
we
Buffalo
limped-
game,
no,
we're
no.
running it back
If
with
we
Tua.
limped into the playoffs with the
And beat
worst
Buffalo.
starting quarterback in the league and
Hey,
knock off the Bills,
Color is
bro.
working. Color
that
is
would be
working.
epic, dude.
Yeah.
It's working,
Yeah.
Color.
Oh, I would too, Billy. I'd be getting back out that copper to start making the bronze, dude. You know what I mean?
Hey, we're tuaneers for life if it happens this way, Color. Hey, if
I wouldn't
those
even care.
tuaneers better
I
move
wouldn't even
over,
care
we'll
if
be the
Tua-
best
I
tuaneers
wouldn't
over
even
here.
There
care
you
if
go.
Tua. I wouldn't even care if Tua lost every game he ever played, and after that, I would still be a tuaneer.
Color, if those tuaneers thought they were cool tuaneers, let Tua end Buffalo's best season ever right now. And we're all be tuaneers right now at this point. I think Fred,
Like it
you'll be the
finally
proudest
just
tuaneer.
clicks in his head, Pete, permanently. You know what I mean?
How you
And he
feel about that, Fred?
absolutely destroys them, bro. I won't need
And
him
I
to win
mean-
another game his whole life, bro. I'd be happy.
If he goes
Fred,
into
how you feel
Orchard
about that,
Park
Fred?
and he takes out the Bills in a wild card game, Color, I'm talking about a score like 38-13. Oh my God. I don't know who would stop us. I don't know who would stop us. I wish we could do playoff prediction too.
Oh, they
They're
have
not
that.
letting us do the. They have
They
that.
have that.
Where do I
it's
go?
New York Times. It's the New York Times that runs that, and they do have it back up for this year. What you want to put in your Google search is, how can the Miami Dolphins make the playoffs? That'll bring you right to the link for the Miami Dolphin version of it. NewYorkTimes.com.
New York Times. I think I'm just satisfied. I don't feel like typing right now. But that right there, that view right there, that got us. I mean, I gotta be honest. I feel like we're gonna make the playoffs. All it takes is to beat the 49ers and we're in.
Oh my goodness, that
The other thing, later on, if you want to mess with the website, make sure you use your Edge browser if you have it on your Windows computer, because for some reason Edge can get through their paywall. For some odd reason, it's the only browser that'll get through their paywall.
Wow.
I don't know what that
I have
means.
no idea why. I think it might
Nope.
be because I think Microsoft might be giving kickback to New York Times, and so if you use their product to browse to it, you can get right through their paywall. Like they have a, they don't make you sign up and get a subscription and all that.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Yeah, 'cause
guessing
Edge-
that's why it is. I just know
Edge-
that's how it is. Like you have to use Edge to get
They're
through
the
the
kill
New
on
York
the
Times
block.
paywall.
Remove. There you go.
I'm bringing it up right now. Let's see here. How can the Dolphins make the playoffs? 5% chance. Oh no! See, now it's hitting me on the paywall's hitting me on Edge now too. They must have fixed it. I don't want to continue with Google.
You gotta put something on the screen.
Yeah, I can't. It's showing the paywall even through Edge now. Like it throws up the half the page gets covered up and tells you to sign up.
I'm not gonna lie, I can't believe I keep doing this to myself, Color. That's 2 times I do the playoff predictor.
Yeah, I know. Why
And
you
I'm
doing that?
falling for it.
I know. But you know what, Pete? It ain't no different than when we were kids. And like you just believed that there was all other kinds of reasons why you were losing, and that so what if you needed help? Grab your crucifix and hope for the best, and you're perfectly happy seeing if we can do it. Now it's like as an adult, it just doesn't hit the same, bro. It's like I know we ain't gonna get it done, bro. And I know all that ain't gonna happen. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm you remember but
Back
Color,
when we were
Color,
kids, it would happen though. But back when we were kids, it would happen. You'd be like
Pete.
almost mathematically eliminated and still make it in. You know what I mean?
but here's the tricky. Go ahead, Fred.
I would have went with that, bro, if we didn't have Tua.
But you got to get out of your feelings. You know why? It's gonna
Being that-
happen
that
with
we
Tua.
didn't have
I'm
Tua.
gonna tell you right now how I know this is gonna happen. I'm gonna tell y'all straight up how I know we're gonna make the playoffs. Color, you remember what you said like 2 weeks ago, I believe? You said you lost a ticket or something on your parlay went through because Matt LaFleur did something
Yes,
to the
yes,
49ers that
yes.
helped him, right?
Right.
Check this out. I really feel like the 49ers season is done. I feel like they know they're done with all the injuries they have. They're not gonna make it to the playoffs in the NFC. I feel like Kyle Shanahan is gonna let Mike McDaniel get this game so he can do him that favor, because he might be hearing whispers that Mike McDaniel, if he don't make the playoffs, they're gonna fire him. So Kyle
Unfortunately,
Shanahan
bro, I
might
think it's the
sit
other
here.
way around, man.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan is on the hot seat like that.
No, but I think it's the other way around. I think that him and LaFleur have been trying to send a message to McDaniel to stop walking around Miami on their coattails.
Hey, Pete. I know.
Oh, they might not
Pete,
like
I know
that. You're right, Color.
I know you're relatively.
I don't know about Shanahan, but I'm sure about LaFleur.
I know you're relatively a young dude, Pete. But has anybody in our position to where we are now, man, ever won the Super Bowl?
I don't think so.
Nah. Anything the closest it might have had to been like a wild card team that's won the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, banana. I don't know if my bookmark is old or something, dude. I gotta like
The Giants.
maybe control F5 the page or something, because ESPN's page ain't saying the same thing to me, bro. It's lying to me.
You heard, Fred? There's been teams that made it through the wild card and made it to the Super Bowl. The Giants
Yeah, I
did it.
know.
No, he's saying with a less than 6% chance.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but Fred, what we just went through is not impossible. The Colts need to lose one. They're not that good.
It's impossible, bro.
It's not. I'm telling you, I feel like the ESPN has those percentage numbers wrong. Obviously,
I gave my hopium card away, bro. I'm sorry.
No, the ESPN page is definitely wrong. We're not 88% to make the playoffs. I guarantee you that.
Well,
88%.
I saw
Fred,
like 6%. I feel like it's like at 88% we could make the playoffs based on the scenarios we just went through. I know it's hard to believe.
Then maybe ESPN is right, but I don't know, dude. Like,
that's what I'm saying. We're plugged in for the playoffs, fellas. All this fire, McDaniel, fire, Grier.
Showing me, it's not like I'm, I control F5 it to make sure it was refreshed, and it's still showing the same information.
Well, Fred, your card, you gave your card away. Mine's expired about a couple of few games back. Mine's expired a few games back.
Okay, Mr. Paul.
It ain't over till it's over. That's how I'm feeling now. I'm with you, Color.
I think there's a cookie stuck on my computer that's telling me.
I don't know what happened to Fred. Whatever Jersey Dolphin passed, and when he said hit this blunt on the chat, I must have hit that blunt through the TV or something, because I'm high on hopium right now, and I'm talking playoffs.
Can of hopium.
Well,
you know what?
Yo, Pete. Oh, maybe we should talk about this backstage. I don't know, but
I didn't even have a.
We could develop a new strain and call it hopium.
I didn't even have a.
Smell like hotcakes, bro.
Well, Pete,
Yeah.
let me ask you this.
For all, and the packages, Color, will be all the like hopium teams that are in playoff hunt.
Right,
All the
right.
Beginning
every year.
I'm gonna sell Color this hopium pack with a 6% in it. Right, be dolphin colored everywhere.
Yeah, that's how you know how much THC's in it, right? You go by team.
Hey, Pete, let me ask you a question, Pete.
If you want
What's
that
up?
90% stuff,
Okay,
you gotta get the cheese bag. You know what I mean?
I want you to think about this. Ain't a skunk a beautiful looking animal?
I'm not gonna lie, skunks are probably the beautifulest animals I've ever seen.
A
They look
skunk
like
is
beautiful
a
cats.
beautiful looking animal,
It
but it still stinks.
It only stinks though. It only stinks though, Mr. Park, is if you harass it or something.
Right.
No.
Joe, you're funny, Joe.
Skunks. Yeah, they stink, but they do look pretty.
So far, I'm right. I'm headed to my season prediction. I'm about to go right on that. So I'm sticking with it.
I'm already burned.
A duck-billed platypus, believe it or not, is a dangerous animal.
Yeah,
A lot
he
of people don't realize, because the duck-billed platypus has these quills that got not quills, but they got this. What is it called? It's
Where
not
the
a
hell
thing.
are platypus?
What's that?
Where are they?
Duck-bill platypus?
I've never seen a platypus before.
Yeah, it looks like an armadillo with a duck-shaped face.
No, I know
Yeah.
it looked like a duck, but I never seen that. That ain't a Florida thing.
No, but it has a secret weapon.
They're not extinct. They're still around.
Oh yeah, they're still around.
Yeah, the platypus is one of the animals that made us realize that other animals that were way weird existed back in the day. They're one of the holdovers, like mudfish.
I think they made a platypus in a science lab and they just started breeding or something.
That's the last time we made a Super Bowl, man. Fucking dinosaurs running around.
If you really want me to start selling hopium, y'all want to do the playoff breakdown? How we could get to the Super Bowl?
No, I had enough, bro.
By the way, Fred, we haven't got to the playoff. We haven't won the Super Bowl since the 70s. And you might have been confused because that was back when T-Rex was popular. You know what I mean? On the music scene.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, because now beating the Texans, that's already
We did have certain periods, Cretaceous, Jurassic, Cretaceous.
Cutter,
It's been a lot.
beat the Texans.
Been a lot of
been in
animals.
If we would have beat the Texans, we'd probably be in the driver's seat right now, only needing to beat the 49ers, right?
Yeah, we would be in as early as this week if we'd have beat the Texans.
Unbelievable.
So what I was trying to
Now
say
we
is
would have had
that
to hold that down. We wouldn't have been guaranteed to keep the spot, but we would have been in instead of in the hunt.
Somebody forgot to tell Tua that. Shit.
You know what, Fred? You remember that last interception you called out his body, the way he threw that pass?
Wait, calling out his body is wild. You just saying that.
Yeah, his body. He said,
I called him a what, Pete?
that last interception in Tua's body language when he threw the ball, like he ain't care.
Yeah. No follow through, bro. No follow through. No follow through. I mean, no sense of urgency in it. You know, no little skip up and get it off and get it out far. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I remember that body language, bro. None
That
of it.
interception throw right there, already just knocked off all the hopium. I just remembered that interception.
Yeah, bro.
And by him throwing that interception almost proves Tua doesn't want that playoff pressure.
He don't have no fire in him. He ain't got no fire in him.
It benefits Tua to play rest of season with no playoff pressure over his shoulder than him coming over here and all these last 4 weeks. And he would have had it.
Had his stats a little bit more. Had his stats a little bit more. Yeah. Hey, what's that feedback?
that's Pete, Anthony. Hey, Brandon, down in the chat room, Brandon Heller, a duck-billed platypus has 2 stingers on it, and it has venom in those stingers. That's why I brought up the platypus. Looks like a ordinary animal, but it can be a dangerous animal as well. It has 2 stingers with venom in it.
Yeah,
and yes, it is
dangerous.
No, Pete sounded like he had an echo in his arm.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, the echo's gone.
Okay. That was my fault. I was really far from the phone trying to talk to you guys.
Yeah, Pete, this quarterback ain't got no fire and desire in him, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's ready for the off season, bro. He's ready for the off season.
That's what I'm saying. I think like Tua, he was scared of that pressure. So he threw that interception on first down. That's unbelievable.
He can't wait to clean out his locker, man. Can't wait to clean out his locker, Pete.
Well, Fred, you know what they're gonna do with the off season? They're gonna say, okay, well, Tua's gonna go. Well, let's see. He's gonna go to Washington State, and he's gonna start training there in the cold weather. You know, well, no, it's not gonna be cold up there though.
Nah, he ain't doing that, bro. He ain't doing that, Mr. Paul.
No, what I'm saying, he's gonna do something, and they're gonna say, okay, well, he's doing this and what have you. So when the season starts, we can't wait. Tua gonna really ball out because he did this over the off season.
I'm telling you, man, this guy really stays busy in the off season, man. You know, he's taking karate lessons. You know, I mean, he's getting with hiring private quarterback coaches, quarterbacks or whatever. Damn, what else is he doing, man? Pete,
he's
you know
doing
what else?
he does everything to stay away from his damn team. I'll tell you that much.
No, he lost weight. He lost weight over that.
He's losing weight during the off. He's losing weight he's losing weight and he's putting it back on. You know what I'm saying? And
the man going over there with who? Carson? No, Beck. You're talking about the Beck?
John Beck.
John Beck. That was John Beck.
The hell you got Darryl Bevel for? Every pregame, you walk in the stadium like an hour early with your quarterback coach, Darryl Bevel, to sit in the same spot on the field. Why can't you hang out with him? He could teach you more of everything that you need to know. He knows more of what you need. This guy Beck don't know you, Tua.
You know why, Pete? Because
Beck took Tua's money, and I'm glad for that.
Yeah. Because Bevel ain't allowed to pay back. They said Bevel ain't allowed to work with him after hours. Right?
Hey, you just said it, Fred. You just said it. You just said a key thing. That was it.
Hey, Pete, there's some breaking news, right? Check this out. Jacksonville State standout freshman safety has committed to Miami. So the
Everybody wants to go to Miami now.
Hurricanes are getting a safety, right? You know what his last name is?
What?
Poyser. Poyser.
Poyser.
Like Poyer with an S.
Oh, boy. Oh, okay. Poiser. Okay. Oh, my God. Okay. See how that works out.
Bro. Like,
He's a star recruit. What is he, like a 4 or 5 star recruit?
I don't know. I didn't read the article, but he's committing. I'm assuming whenever they report a commit, it's at least 4-star. You know what I mean?
True.
I would say. I guess I don't really follow it that deeply, but you know,
there's been several already committed to UM early, and that's a good sign for UM.
Well, maybe the S stands for Superman, you know, and he's better.
If everybody's talking about bringing Cam Ward to Miami, nobody even mentions to bring Mario Cristobal. I'll take Cristobal too.
Or the best on board corner last year when we drafted Cam Smith, Tyreek Stevenson, or 2 years ago. Yeah, that Hurricane would have worked just fine.
Oh yeah.
He's you know, Pete, you could argue look, I'm not going to argue who he's outperforming, but the guy is ridiculous balling out in Chicago, dude.
Yep.
While we sit here and wait for Cam Smith to do whatever they plan on having him do.
Cam Smith is hurt, man. That guy's soft, man.
Oh, by the way, Pete, Noah, if you take away the corner blitzing and the sacks that Jalen Ramsey has this year, and that function in every other metric, with less games played, Noah is performing equally as Jalen Ramsey.
Wow. Good.
In combined tackles, pass deflections, all like 3 or 4 different metrics. Now, if you add Jalen Ramsey, the fact that we corner blitz him a lot and he's successful, he has like I don't know, 5 blitzes or something and a couple sacks where that part of Noah's a rotational guy, you know, so you're talking way less games played than Ramsey because he's rotational. And when it comes to all the meat and potatoes stats, he's performing the same as Ramsey.
I don't want to say Ramsey's good. I've been telling people,
but this fan base will still tell you that Noah is a trash player.
And if they say no,
you got the echo going, Pete.
You guys have me talking, and I love it, but I get hungry. What's the percentage on? Where's Stevenson now? He just said it. He's with
Chicago. No, he's with Chicago. He's a corner.
Yeah, I saw that Ramsey laziness early on in the film review, and everybody tried to attack me. Oh, look at Ramsey on Buffalo when he chased him down on the other side and stopped that 3rd and 1. We haven't seen that same Ramsey since. That was week 2. What happened? Tua went down, and it just took everything out of Ramsey. I thought that's when Ramsey's supposed to be able to pick up the pieces and say, we don't have our starting quarterback. Let's play better. That man got lazy the moment Tua went down, and it's on film. That's why I was complaining and crying.
Here you go. Ready? You ready for this?
What's that?
And now again, Ramsey has 2 interceptions, but he's also got for games, he is where is it? He's played all 14 games and started all 14 games for the Dolphins. He has 2 interceptions, 9 pass deflections, 1 sack, 51 combined tackles, 34 solos, 17 assists, 5 tackle for loss, 4 QB hits. Okay, now you're not going to see those on Noah because first of all, he's rotational, and secondly, they don't blitz him the way they do. the way we do Ramsey, okay? Here's Noah's stat line for this year. 9 games started, 14 appeared in. Okay. 6 pass deflections, 47 combined tackles, 30 solos, 17 assists, 1 tackle for loss.
He ever had those stats with Miami?
Yes, in 2020. No, never had those stats. He's never played that many games.
Exactly.
And now I understand that there is a large disparity on Jalen Ramsey's stat line compared to Noah in some key metrics, right? But you have to juxtapose that to Noah's a rotational player that's only started 9 games. Jalen Ramsey is the highest paid corner in the league.
Yep.
So all I'm saying all this for is not to say that Noah's better than Ramsey, but just to say Noah's not fucking trash. Can we stop calling him trash now?
But who calls Noah trash, though?
Everybody. When they want to piss on Grier, they bring up Noah.
There you go. It's when they want to piss on Grier. That's it. And why do they want to piss on Grier? Because, we could have drafted an offensive lineman with that pick instead to help Tua. We could have drafted Jonathan Taylor. We could have drafted Jonathan.
Right now,
yeah, we could have drafted Jonathan Taylor with that pick for
They
Tua.
always point out who we could have gotten if we didn't draft Iggy.
Exactly. And they always resort to who could have helped Tua with that pick instead of it being Noah. That's the weird thing.
Yep, but it couldn't be the same bad DCs that we fired for being bad. They couldn't develop Noah, right?
Good point. That's another thing. Why don't they ever use that for our other?
Why aren't you defending Noah? Why aren't you defending Noah by using bad coaching like you do for Tua?
Thank you. They don't. That's what I've been pointed out, though, Color. They never make excuses for nobody else.
Fired. The DCs literally got fired. That was an easy layup to back up Noah.
100%. And they still could have been backing up Noah this whole time.
Dolphin fans, bro. Because you don't do that to a Dolphin player if you're a Dolphin fan, right?
Exactly, Color. That's why
he was wearing the logo.
Exactly, Color. That's why these conversations sometimes they get important because we say some stuff that they're listening to right now, and they're like they're scratching their head like, "Damn, I hope that other person don't hear what Color and Pete just said," because they know we're right.
Why do you think they resort to saying things like, "You don't have nobody watching you, you're unimportant," all this stuff? Because that's their fear showing through. They want to make sure nobody hears what we're saying.
It's unbelievable. There's too many real ones out here in the chat, and I see them. They go around and they spread the word. So salute to all of you guys that can't click the link because you're busy, but you go around, stay connected in the chat. The chat, you guys think chat is not important. The chat put pressure on these people. Now keep putting that pressure.
Now, Pete, I'll bring up Tyreek's stats if you want me to, but they are going to make you sick because I'm not even comparing his to Jalen Ramsey. I was comparing his to Cam Smith because Tyreek Stevenson was the best corner on board when we drafted Cam Smith. Okay? But let's go ahead and make the comparison to Ramsey himself. Okay? You want to do this? 16 out of 16 games played last year, his rookie year. Okay? 4 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, 86 combined tackles, 65 of them solo, 1 tackle for loss. That was his rookie year.
And you said he played 14 games?
This year,
Mike Vick got a coach.
Hold on. This year, started 11 games. Has appeared in 13, 2 interceptions, 1 touchdown off an interception, a forced fumble, 11 pass deflections. By the way, 16 pass deflections in his rookie year. 11 pass deflections this year. 61 combined tackles, 42 of them solo, and 1 tackle for loss. That's this year's record. And the season ain't even over. And they're a trash football team.
He got 6 interceptions, what, in 2 seasons, and the season isn't even over?
Right. He's got 27 pass deflections.
Color, you know we're one of the worst teams at getting turnovers.
Hold on. In 29 games, he's got 27 pass deflections.
That's crazy, bro.
This is who we passed up to get Cam Smith. And everybody said, get out your feels, Color. Everybody knows you're caping up for him because he's a hurricane. Yeah, that's the reason I even looked at him, because hurricanes come with a reputation. That's why I looked at him that night of the draft. That's why I knew he was there, and that's why I remember he's there. That's why I also remembered to follow his first couple seasons to see what kind of a miss Chris Grier actually made there.
This is unbelievable.
Hope to God this guy becomes a Dolphin one day. I can't wait to put this man's jersey on.
Hey, well, with Color, I think with that, we'll end the show. I'm literally at 1% battery. Thank you, Color, for all those fantastic takes. Mr. Park, you're the best, bro. I appreciate you, Mr. Park, hanging out, chilling.
It's been a pleasure, Pete, hanging out with you and Color and Fred and what have you.
Absolutely,
Mr.
Park.
And Crypto, that's the reason why I'm ending the show right now. You brought up that guy's name. Nobody knows who he is. I don't know what you're talking about, Crypto. But Crypto,
I heard he was
I'm mad you didn't come up here and give us your takes. But shout out to the chat. I hope you guys have a good night. Color, you too. Mr. Park, all of you guys tuning in. I'll catch you guys next time, man. Thank you for rocking with me. Have a blessed night, guys.
Thank you, Pete.
All right, you too, Pete.